Bun, am revenit. Nu știu ce killer e. Cum stai și îl atinge, mamă, ce mânghe, mâncați aici, dă-i vere cu șutul. Da, ok. Killer-ul AFK sau ce naiba se întâmplă? I don't understand it. What the fuck is happening? Killer-ul AFK, să mor eu. Ce neba se întâmplă? Asta e meci? Hai să căutăm mâncați. Nu ies așa fără tip. Invizibil? Unde e? Oh, what the fuck? Am înviat. Survival of the fittest. Și acum are noi, fii atent. Are noed, să mor eu dacă n-are noed. You miserable fuck? Wow! Wow! Cea mai bună variantă ca să-i bați pe toți cu noed? You prick. Ai mă lași. Și n-am făcut nimic. Și ăștia pot să iasă pentru că sunt niște idioți. De ce ai ieșit? Și tu pe bune. What the fuck? Grapple. Oh god. What the fuck did you do? you're major. Doamne! Nu înțeleg de ce râd ca boschetarul, că... Ok. We're minor, you're major. Oh my god. Protection. Thanks, man. De ce m-ai lăsat să scap? Mersi. Nu știu ce a fost asta, dar ok. What the fuck? Și safe pe logic. GG. Turn off. Turn off what? De puncte. De-abia safe pip. 19.000 de puncte. Aproape 2. Am avut situații de genul. What wills to? Was wills to? Ok, cred că-s nemți. Cred. Hai să mă băgăm aici un escape. Până la urmă ea mi-a dat invite. Și Jorano ăsta nu mai vrea să joace cu noi, mâncați și am jucat cu Jorano de dinainte să fac YouTube. Bine, nu chiar, dar nu făceam de BD, adică doar așa parcă episoade făceam. I don't remember. Fuck is this guy? Ah, ok. Hai și left. De ce mi-a dat AD atunci? Doamne. Ok. Careful. Doamne. Nu înțeleg de ce mi-a dat add-on dacă... Add-on, add. Dacă nici măcar nu joacă cu mine. Ok. Mersi. Să vezi cum îmi spar dinții. Bă, da prost. Pentru Maria, nu? Ok. Ah, ok. Ok. Corrupt. Ce fac, ce are? Bine, mâncați așa. Fuck you! De ce nu și-a blind? Bă, n-am auzit măcar sunetul că intră la teren, ok. Cel mai prost dev. Vreau să uită în altă direcție. Adică în jos sau sus, nu știu. No! Vere! Scăpam în pana mea de idiot. Free hooks. Yes. What the fuck is happening? Yes, son. Yes, son. Yes, son. Holy fucking shit. Asta a intrat în faza 2? Sau era? Barbecue în chili, nu? Oh my fucking god, ce naiba e meciul ăsta. Yes, son. The motherfucking mirror. Prick. spipul mâncați aici, că am făcut mini spip data trecută și nu prea îmi place. Yes, son. Like that. Punk. Bă, ești nebun. Da, clar, ăsta își face adept pe Blight. Yes, son. What the fuck? Is it supposed to be here or some shit? Am găsit acolo cu flashlight-ul, mâncați și nu trebuia să fac flashlight, trebuia să fac altceva. Dacă ajungeam la killer check acolo... Serios? Asta merit în pana mea? Un facecam? Give me a break, man. Intru faza 2 și mor. Are cineva barotai măcar? Trebuie să profiți. Doamne vere, fucking pussies în pana mea. Vere, când a luat aia hit trebuia să vine terminatul după col și ce pana mea e asta? Bambilici, ce jucăm aici? Da. Deci, dacă te alegi prea mult cu killerul, îți iei facecam. Mamă, asta merită înjurat în pana mea. Holy fucking shit, thanks! Almeș de rahat, mersi foarte mult! Killer tâmpit și survivor și mai tâmpiți, idioți. Wow, minus pip din nou? Tu-ți bagi joc de mine, nu-i așa? Nu se poate. Nu cred așa ceva. Nu se poate. De ce am bronz? Ar trebui să am silver. Ce se întâmplă, bă, mâncați-și cu jocul ăsta? Îți bagi joc de mine? Doamne. Cu câteva puncte mai mari. Ok. Du-te, bă, de aici. Înseamnă că ai făcut și tu mine spip. Fuck you. Ce, vrei să faci adept? Nu. Ce stupid. Bucket. Minus 2 pip. Ce e asta, frate? Am luat până acum așa.
Avon, you are my brother. I need to know this more than anything. Dee did not roll on us. He came to the edge, but he turned around and walked away. And I know he was willing to do what he had to for his family, for us. But I need to know that you know that. That you saw him that way.
What? What are you trying to say?
If something happened...
The fuck are you even thinking? That I had something to do with it? I could do that to my own kin? Is that what you fucking think? The fuck is in your head? I ain't do nothing to D. I ain't had shit to do with it.
To do with what? To do with what?
Whatever happened. Whatever it is that happened, Brianna.
Doamne, mâncați, ce se întâmplă? 2 minus clipuri la rând. În loc să mergem înainte, mergem înapoi în pana mea. Ok. Prima. Ok. M-am alergat cu ăla, mă place și... Mie-mi dă bronz în loc de silver. Trebuia să-mi dea silver pentru că am ajuns până în ultimul punct. Era exit. Eu nu înțeleg ce naiba. Îți dă silver obligatoriu când ajungi în colaps. Chiar și când trebuie să deschizi poarta și înainte am avut meciuri în care am murit foarte early și am luat silver. Când mai erau, nu știu, vreo 2 genuri de făcut sau așa și... Nu știu, vere. Ce ana mea se întâmplă. În fine. fac? De ce? De ce? De ce ai dat paleta, idiotule? Pleacă de aici! Du-te, bă, de aici, de animal infect. Tunnel, altceva mai știm? Du-te, bă, de aici. Dați-vă heal. Fucking idiot. să duce după ăla, îl forțează afară. Deci... Serios? Vierbișorii. Nu cred că l-a luat! Ce face mă ăla? Doamne! Serios? A scăpat White! De ce cred că nu vine să spar monitorul? Ne, n-a făcut nimic, oricum n-am văzut tot meciul, mâncați. Măcar mi-a dat pipul că nebuneam. Rank 4 și juca așa de prost. Holy fuck. Go kill yourself.
So, saying what the fuck?
Take a deep breath, man. I mean, take a long, deep breath. Know that if you call a shot, we at war. We at war. I'm there like I've always been. Think about turf, man. It ain't like it was.
I mean, you ain't gotta pay no price of buying no corners.
Since when do we buy corners? We take corners.
Man, you gonna buy one way or another.
Whether it's if the bodies we don't lost.
Or you're gonna lose. Time in the joint is behind us or ahead of us. I mean, you gonna get some shit in this game, but ain't shit for free. I mean, how many corners do we need? How much money can a nigga make?
More than a nigga could spend.
And then we ain't gonna be around to spend what we done made already.
Shit, I didn't think I was gonna be around this long.
Yeah. Well, we here now. The fact is, we got every mob in town, east side, west side, ready to pull together. Share territory on that good shit that Pop Joe putting out there. We take that shit downtown and we get in a money game that niggas ain't going to jail. I mean, we passed that run and gun shit, man. Like, we finance a package and we ain't got to see nothing but bank. Nothing but cash. No corners, no territory, nothing. We make so much goddamn straight money, man. Government come after us, man. And shit, make us like that.
Businessman, huh?
Let the youngins worry about how to retail. Where the wholesale. I mean, who gives a fuck who's standing on what corner if we taking that shit off the top, putting that shit to good use, making that shit work for us. We can run more than corners, B. Period. We could do like Little Willie, man, back in the day with all that number money. And run this goddamn city.
like businessmen.
Man, just let me talk to the boy Marlo, see if I can't smooth this shit out. I mean, it ain't gonna be overnight, because the nigga only knows what he knows. But I think I could talk some sense in his head.
Yeah, I ain't no suit-wearing businessman like you. You know, I'm just a gangster, I suppose. And I want my corners.
Yo, Bay, man.
Get in, motherfucker. We ain't got all night for this shit. Man, get in here. Hey, man. What's wrong with you? Check it out, D. I need you to feed him while I'm gone. You're gonna give him different food for each tank, too, all right? But don't worry, I'm gonna show you what to do. Come here. These are my tetras. Got Kimmy, Alex Aubrey, and Jezebel in here somewhere. I don't know, she thinks she cute. You take 2 pinches of whatever food I got next to each tank. They set for the day. See? There ain't no problems. Just beautiful as hell, D. Go upstairs and pack some shit.
Yo, Bay. Where we going, man?
Philly. You gonna take the truck back, but first I gotta go upstairs, grab some shit, show you what to do with my tanks, right?
Philly, yo?
We shot a knock, OD.
What the f... Mapa asta din nou. Uf. Ce are overcharge? Energy presence, altceva ce mai are. Ce overwhelming presence mai are terminația. Ce nerving presence și overwhelming. Overwhelming e părul cu lui și nerving presence de la Trapper, dacă nu mă înșel. Sorry. Okay. What the fuck? Yes, son. Primul hook. Ce pana mea fac ăștia, mă? Ok, pe ala. Serios, mâncați-și? Cred că-ți bagi de mine. Fac. Doamne, mâncați, nu mai am lanternă, fuck! Doamne, te rog, spune că găsesc aici. Oh, shit! A terminat. Bă, luați-l pe ăla. The fuck are they doing? Doamne. Doamne, mâncați, serios? Oh, Doamne. Yes, son! Mama, nu cred. Puteai să-i dau. Whatever you say. Holy shit, cu ultimul strop de lanternă, ești nebun? Oh my god, am să luat-o pe aia de 3 ori, ești nebun, numai pe aia. Am luat lanternele două. Și am murit stupid, n-am avut niciun chase să trec cu el. Oricum din meciul ăsta cred că face pip. Bune. Am fost Guardian Angel în meciul ăsta. Serios, mâncați-și! Trebuie să facă bladurați la palete ca un distrus. What? De unde pana mea a venit ăsta, mă? De pe scări, cumva? Doamne, mâncați-și. Well, that's a way to die. O, Vere, ești frustrat? Cred că da. Wow, fashion, mâncați-și. Just fucking stab me in the heart. Nu puteai să-mi dai două. Fuck you. Heciu, îl aude în spate! Vere! Dreapta, dreapta! Mamă, ce căști de 3 bănuți! Ce știu unde e spawnat? Cum ne mai găsești aici? Just go! El știe ce zice pe limba lui. The fuck? Ce spawn ciudat are ăsta? Și el drept. Shit, I guess. Yeah, you gotta be perfect. Deasupra? Sau? Dacă erau să o luam, da. Și... Stai așa să ne dăm toți. Adică să vă dați. Mâncați-și. Vezi, mă? Serios? Serios. Ce rost mai are? Fucking punk.
Y'all need to open this door, man, for a huff and puff. Come on now, about to hear your chinny chin chin.
Oh, boy, you best roll out. We up in here with the Mac 10.
Oh, I think's not, Terrell. I think's not. Y'all might need to think this through and stop wasting my time. Fair enough.
He has insurance, and insurance pays for his cable hookup. Only reason you're admitted is that fracture. As soon as we can discharge you, we will. Oh, you gangsters. Wash up in our ER like it should do. You could stand out there slinging drugs till you get shot or cut. Have us put you back together free of charge so you can do it again.
Gangster, huh?
Oh, you're not that? I pulled your admissions. You were here in '90 for a gunshot wound. And 3 years before that, you were here for chest surgery, for a cutting.
Long time back, yeah.
And see, you're still at it.
Dennis Weiss, I'm Howard Copeland.
Are you police?
I used to be, but now I'm a bit of a teacher up at Tillman. I got a little problem. Reno Carver over to Western. He said that you might be able to help me. I went up to your gym. He told me what happened.
And what is that I'm supposed to know about?
Name it, Bryce. What's the problem? I just come to hear about the kid.
Look. Oh. Am găsit și mie meci.
Video, so you have been warned. Let's dive in. So throughout the game we hear about this organization or faction called the Night Runners. We find out early that people refer to them in a past tense, and some citizens of Villador flat out deny that they even existed. But it's not until much later in the game that we find out their origins and what exactly happened to them. So their name, Night Runners, suggests exactly that. This group would brave the dangers of the night and help people who were in trouble. This involved clearing out dark zones, areas which were infested with infected, and people needed to get out. The Night Runners would swoop in and rescue them. This also included fighting bandits who were preying on innocents. Let's take a look at their origins. The Night Runners were started up by a man named Frank Marwi. Frank himself was a former Special Forces commando. Frank was married before the fall, but at some point, his wife lost her life. Despite the loss of his wife, Frank still had a strong desire within him to rebuild civilization and help others. Essentially, Frank just wanted the city to become a safe place for everyone. At some point, Frank decided it was time to get more hands-on with helping people in the city, so started to recruit people to help him. He assembled a pretty decent team, and they became known as the Night Runners. He'd recruited locals such as former soldier Hakon, Killian, and Ravik. Frank's journals mention Dave and Edgar too. There are likely a few more, but we don't really learn their names. But due to the demanding nature of what the Night Runners did, they ended up relying heavily upon a drug known as inhibitors. If you see my video on the story behind Dr. Vincent Waltz, you'll know that inhibitors are a mix of antizin, the drug which suppresses the virus from Dying-Ly-1, and a THV derivative. You'll also know that they are very dangerous. As you can see in the game, Aiden starts to suffer serious side effects after around 10 doses. Inhibitors kill 95% of people who take them, and that's why Night Runners, although effective at what they do, were quite low in number. Frank's journal gives us a good picture of what happened and how they ended up in the central loop. Take a listen to the first one.
Ever since you left, my life's been dedicated to the Night Runners. People been talking shit about us since the army booted us out, ignoring all the good we've done. They say we're junkies because of the inhibitors. They just don't get it. Anyhow, I grabbed Killian and Hakon, and I said, let's build a home where everybody, and I mean everybody, can gather and feel safe. Remember, my old man was an architect.
Nu pot să cred, iar terminatul ăsta? De unde știi că sunt aici? Avea timp să le ridice până acum. Cred că prăduiește aia flashlight save-ul, că am văzut-o. S-au dus pe undeva. Cred că-ți bagi joc de mine. Pune că pierde meciul ăsta, mă duc AFK. Una, două, îl băgăm în cutie, altceva nu mai știm. Generatoare viața mea, 5 genuri avem de făcut, 5. primul și probabil ultimul generator. Ce pana mea, mă, mâncați-și. Bă, bune? Nas în nas? Ce patetic. Au. Ce pana mea fi sub ăla. GG. Come on, ce faceți, vere? Haide. Ce face, mă, ăla? Haide, hello. Mamă, ce idioți, mâncați-și gura ta. Bă-te, bărici. Fuck you. Ok. Eu te știu cum arată. Worried. Second chance to live. Pe Meg nu cred că a luat-o deloc, adică ți-a dat un hit, a pus o dată pe jos și cam atâta. Oricum pe mine acum când mă prinde în 2 execute, intrat în torment, adică sunt tormented, mai bine zis. Aici un genul de m-a văzut să-mi unul. Ăla trebuie să fie fază în pana mea. Ok, GG. Backsucker. Deci nu mi-au dat, mă, pipurile alea de... Exact așa, ultimele, nu ultimele două. De fapt, ba da, ăsta și cu celălalt. Luăm așa. Exact așa am fost. O bară mai trebuia. Asta am și eu două, frumos, nu? Uite și tu. Dovadă. 14.000 de puncte. Pip. 22.000 sau cât am avut acolo, 24, safe pip și de-abia. Explicați-mi și mie chestia asta, vă rog frumos, că mor. Asta e foarte greu de făcut challenge-ul ăsta. Multe mape cu Great Height. Great Height mă gândesc la mlaștină să sar, de exemplu, nu știu, de pe vasul ăla, știi? De geamul acolo. Ce-i sunet, poate. Ai, bă, băi, pe bune, exact pe avans să o iau.
So it seems that the Night Runners were forced out of Old Villador by the army, who saw them as junkies due to their use of inhibitors. Given that his father was an architect, Frank had a fairly decent idea of how to design and build, so he built the Fisheye Canteen as a place where people could feel safe. Essentially, these people put their lives on the line at a time of day in which the city is the infected's domain. To combat this, the Night Runners would set up temporary safe zones in abandoned buses and on top of buildings, and covered these zones in UV light to ward off infected. In the game, we find tapes left behind at these various Night Runner safe spots. These tapes were left by a young Night Runner named Anton Novak. Anton Novak's tapes give us a great idea of what the process is when becoming a night runner. I'll now play these tapes back to back so you can hear them.
My name is Anton Novak, and I'll be a fucking legend. Sorry. I couldn't help myself. I'm recording this for you, Pops. You want to hear a secret?
Nu l-am ascultat pe astea.
Holding is like a fucking grasshopper. It's more about him. They're gone. Lost it, I could hardly. Just clear.
So it seems that the recruitment process for finding night runners was a very specific one. As you heard in the tapes, young Anton was a peacekeeper, much to the annoyance of his father, who was a resident of the bazaar, who, you'll remember, hated the peacekeepers. At some point, Frank and Killian got a hold of Anton's medical details. It seems that Anton was cherry-picked due to one particular trait: his blood type. Now this is significant because the night runners, in order to be able to run faster and jump higher, had to rely on inhibitors. Anton describes a tough regime of 100 days of training after surviving the inhibitors. It's not long after this, Frank, the leader of the night runners, decides that they need to step up their plan to ensure the safety of people in the city. And this leads us to the VNC Tower mission. Frank discovered the existence of a radio transmitter which the military shut down years earlier. According to the Council of Mankind sessions, the power and the transmitter have been shut off so survivors wouldn't find out the extent of the outbreak prior to the Black Monday bombings. Frank wants to activate this transmitter and use it to broadcast warnings and messages to the survivors in the city to ensure better chances of survival. The only problem? It's on top of the looming 110-meter tall VNC tower in the central loop, the tallest building in the city. No one had ever attempted to climb up the tower due to the simple fact that it's a volatile nest. It's swarming with infected. Frank calls all the night runners and they embark upon their mission, but Frank's team gets absolutely decimated. There were far more volatiles in there than they anticipated. They fail in their mission and the transmitter remains dormant. As you heard from his tapes, Anton started to get more reckless after taking inhibitors. At some point, Anton got irrational and argued with Killian inside a dark zone, drawing a viral which attacked him. As a result, Frank put Anton on notice. Clearly, Frank knows the cost of what they do as night runners and doesn't want anyone jeopardizing that. It seems that Anton, who was supposed to be on leave, made his way out to the VNC tower in secret, but he got trapped inside a room with a volatile roaming outside. What's funny is that we never hear Anton die on tape. We don't know if he got out of the tower or not. It could be setting up for a story DLC, but who knows? It's just a theory. Anyway, I'm getting off track. When talking to Aiden, Frank seems to keep mentioning one night runner in particular, Ravik.
Are you alive, man?
Huh? Ravik? I told you to fucking leave me alone.
From Frank's tapes, we hear that the night before the VNC Tower mission, Hakon got in Frank's face and told him it was a suicide mission. Killian thought so too, and as a result, both Hakon and Killian failed to show up. Take a listen to what Frank had to say about it.
All I needed was the VNC tower. Thought we could hack it. Everyone would win. They're all dead. The night runner's gone. And all because of fucking Hakon. Gave me some bullshit about the plan being suicide. Before the mission, he got in my face. With everyone watching. Oh yeah, I told him to fuck off. But didn't think he'd actually bail. We'd had arguments before. But he was a no-show. He even turned Killian against me. Maybe he thought I'd cancel the mission. Well, I didn't. And inside were a fuckload more volatiles than our intel led us to believe. Everything I'd fought for. The Night Runners bringing hope to people, uniting the factions. All lost.
It seems that Ravik was also convinced by Hakon, but then Frank mentions on his third tape that Ravik showed up anyway and got killed.
But the real pest is Ravik. I was pissed when he took Hakon's side, but then the bastard showed up anyway. Stupid kid.
With most of his night runners gone, Frank disbands the night runners and everyone goes their separate ways. Killian settles in Old Villador, as does Hakon. Frank is haunted by the deaths of his night runners and spirals into a deep depression and turns to drink as a way to cope. The Night Runners then become almost like a myth, an organization where just as many people believe they existed as people who don't. Fast forward a bit and you know the story. Aiden Caldwell arrives and, providing you side with Frank and give the transmitter to him instead of Jack Matt, gives the foundation for the Night Runners to return once again. And again, providing you save Lawan and the city, she becomes the leader of the Night Runners, as Frank, well, you know, he's busy with his new radio station now. But this is also potentially short-lived when you consider that one of the endings shows Lawan leaving the city with Aiden and they walk off into the Outlands together. So with that ending, it's possible that either Hakon or Killian would become leader of the Night Runners, but again, that's just a theory. Either way, I hope this short video did a bit to explain the Night Runners, how they came to be, and how it all went wrong, as well as their resurrection. If you enjoyed this video, please drop a like and subscribe if you aren't already, but for now, take care and I will see you in the next one.
Loading infinit în pana mea. Da. E bine. E de la mine oricum.
Hello, and welcome to another Story Explained video. In this one, we'll be exploring the story behind Supermassive Games' choice-based horror Until Dawn. With many branching narratives, gruesome deaths, and an all-star cast, this game was a tense journey from start to finish. So let's dive in. 2014, in the mountains of Alberta, Canada, Josh Washington and his twin sisters Hannah and Beth Washington invite their 7 friends Sam, Mike, Emily, Matt, Jess, Ashley and Chris to their family's lodge on Blackwood Mountain. One of the twin sisters, Hannah, is cruelly pranked by some of the group due to her crush on Mike, who is romantically involved with Emily. The only ones not involved in this prank are Josh and Chris, passed out in the kitchen, and Sam, who is Hannah's best friend, who is trying to find her to warn her of the prank. The humiliation of this prank leads to Hannah running into the woods upset, and her sister Beth running after her. Beth finds Hannah cold and crying, but they are forced to run when they realise they're being stalked. They run into a dead end, namely a cliff edge. Hannah slips whilst holding Beth's hand, and they are both hanging on. A mysterious man reaches out his hand, but Hannah and Beth fall to their deaths, presumably dying in the fall. Their bodies are never found. 1 year later, it's time for the winter break again, and Josh invites all the friends up to the lodge again for the 1 year anniversary of Hannah and Beth's disappearance. A lot has changed. Mike and Emily broke up and now he's dating Jess, and Emily is now dating Matt. Drama. The atmosphere between the friends seems cold and frosty, pun intended, and they all go off and seem to do their own thing. Due to an argument between Jess and Emily, Mike and Jess are sent to the guest cabin by Josh, and Matt and Emily go to retrieve Emily's lost bag. Sam takes a bath, Ashley and Chris go to find a Ouija board in the basement. Just as Mike and Jess are getting cozy in the guest cabin, Jess is brutally kidnapped by an unseen person or creature, being dragged away with Mike in hot pursuit. Mike makes it to Jess, but she's badly wounded, and just as he is about to reach out for her, the elevator she is on plummets into the depths, presumably killing her. Spotting an unknown person, Mike follows them to an abandoned sanatorium. Meanwhile, having found their Ouija board, Ashley, Chris and Josh attempt to use it and seem to make contact with one of the twins. Josh is freaked out and runs off, but not before the spirit tells them to check the library for evidence. Chris and Ashley are attacked by a psycho who rigs them and Josh into a trap, leading to Josh being sawn in two. Chris and Ashley escape and run into Matt and Emily. They are frantic and tell them there's a maniac about, and Matt and Emily climb a radio tower to radio for help. They manage to radio for help, and a ranger says they'll get a helicopter to them, but they have to wait until dawn for rescue. As this happens, the radio tower is sabotaged by someone or something, and it collapses down into the mines. Matt escapes, and Emily is able to get to safety, but they are now separated. Chris and Ashley are captured again by the psycho, and this time he forces Chris to make a decision to shoot Ashley or himself. However, the psycho has the gun loaded with blanks, and the psycho takes off the mask and reveals himself as Josh. It seems that Josh wanted his friends, complicit in the disappearance of his sisters a year ago, to feel the same level of terror and humiliation that they did. Mike angrily confronts Josh, exclaiming that Jess is dead as a result of what he has done, and despite Josh's initial shock to this news, Mike knocks him out, and Mike and Chris tie Josh up in the shed so he cannot do any more damage. Back in the mines, Emily makes a gruesome discovery as she finds Beth's head, and a cross with Beth's name on it indicating a grave. She also discovers that Hannah survived the fall. Emily comes face to face with the stranger who is carrying a flamethrower. Despite running from him, he actually turns out to help Emily and gives her a bag with flares in it, which aids her in getting back to the lodge. The stranger then turns up at the lodge and tells the group what they are up against. Wendigos, which are spiritual creatures birthed out of cannibalism that only stop hunting at dawn. He tells them that they need to get somewhere safe, telling the stranger that he left Josh in the shed. The stranger and Chris go to get Josh, but Josh is gone and the stranger is decapitated by a Wendigo. Chris runs back to the lodge and Sam, Emily, Ashley, Mike and Chris head to the basement. Mike sets out to find Josh by going through the sanatorium, as Josh has the key to the cable car, which is needed so they can escape the mountain. On his way through, Mike encounters lots of Wendigos in cells. Sam goes after Mike and discovers him being attacked by a Wendigo and saves him, and as they leave, they shoot some barrels, destroying the sanatorium. Sam and Mike find Josh, who is in the mines. He'd been dragged down there and is suffering hallucinations of his dead sisters. Mike slaps Josh to snap him out of it, and he hands over the key to the cable car. Sam separates from them, opting to climb to the surface, and Mike and Josh attempt to cross water. Mike is dragged under but survives, and Josh is grabbed. He spots his sister's tattoo, and the Wendigo is revealed to be Hannah, who drags Josh away. Remember Matt and Jess? Well, they're still alive, and after a short but tense escape, they make it out of the mines. All the remaining friends make it back to the lodge, but the Wendigos have overrun the lodge. The creatures fight each other and create a gas leak in the living room. After successfully evacuating all of their friends, Mike pops a light bulb, and Sam runs and turns the lights on, causing a spark and blowing up the lodge and killing the Wendigos inside. A helicopter picks them up and saves them. Afterwards, we learn that Josh has been dragged deeper into the mines again and is feasting on a body, revealing to us that he is turning into a Wendigo. So that's the basic outline of the plot, but we do have a lot to go through here, so strap in. Let's start by looking at the Cree. The Cree are a real-life people from North America, primarily living in Canada, more specifically living in Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta, with the latter being the location of the game. They are split into subgroups based on the dialect they speak, with our particular Cree people speaking one of many different dialects of the Algonquian language, most likely to be the Woods Cree dialect. Known as a hunting tribe, their beliefs were one of animism, which means that the universe and all natural objects such as trees, plants, rivers, and animals all have souls. They believe the mountain will be cursed if it's ever harmed in any way. This is seen in-game as if you disturb the balance of nature, it can come back and harm you. For example, if Chris chooses to shoot the squirrel at the shooting range, a bird will fly at Sam and cut her eye, which will start to bleed when she's being chased by the psycho, causing her position to be given away by a drop of blood. Their beliefs were that of a supernatural idea. Now, whether they actually believe that butterflies and totems would foretell fortune of prophecy is unclear, but I couldn't find anything about that in my research. One of the real beliefs of the Native American people is that a myth exists called the Wendigo. So let's link this back into the game. As mentioned, the Wendigo are a mythical belief held by the Native American people, including the Cree. The legend is that any human who commits an act of cannibalism leaves their body open to being possessed by the Wendigo spirit, and as a result, this person undergoes changes in their appearance and also physical changes. The Wendigo has an insatiable hunger which can never really be satisfied, so they have a need to feed. They are fast, agile, aggressive, and don't always kill their prey. They appear to mortally wound a human, immobilizing them and dragging them to places likely to feed on them. The transformation to a Wendigo occurs within a short space of time, around several days to be exact. They are able to mimic their prey perfectly, as seen when Ashley or Chris go down to the mines and they think they hear Jess calling out for help. They hunt by sight, and if you don't move, they can't see you. There is an alpha Wendigo that exists called the Macapichu. The word Macapichu is the Native American meaning for he has large teeth. The Macapichu plays a very significant role in this story, which we'll discover later on. If a Wendigo is killed, its host body is destroyed, but the spirit leaves the body and just dwells within the mountain, just waiting to possess its next cannibalistic victim. But how did the Wendigo come into existence on the Blackwood Mountain? So back in the late 1800s, a man called Jefferson Bragg opened up mines in Blackwood Mountain after the discovery of tin and radium inside the mountain. This was despite warnings from the Cree not to disturb the sacred mountain, and Bragg also operated the Blackwood Sanatorium. Essentially, Bragg drove the Cree off their land to build on it and then later established a hotel there, turning it into a resort. Over the years, prospectors mined the resources of the mountain in which they hoped would bring them great fortune. Now, due to the beliefs of the Cree that the mountain is sacred and that no natural thing on the mountain should be harmed, the spirit of the mountain is said to have cried out and the Wendigo spirits are said to have been awakened. All seemed okay at the mine, despite ongoing unmaintained structural concerns, at least until 1952, when a group of miners called the Blasting Crew became the victims of a cave-in when they tried to clear the tunnels using dynamite. We find 30 clock-in cards at the sanatorium, which tells us that 30 miners were trapped with no food and no light. A rescue effort was conducted and 12 miners were saved 23 days later. But why only 12? Well, as a result of severe starvation and madness, 18 of the miners were murdered by the 12 and were eaten. You can guess what happened next. Yep, they were all possessed by Wendigo spirits. They were taken to the nearby Blackwood Sanatorium, And when Mike visits the sanatorium years later, we find a few documents which give us an emergency food supply, which of course we know is not correct at all. A frame photo seems to suggest that everyone assumed that the 12 miners were the only miners trapped. They couldn't find the other 18 for obvious reasons. Outwardly, they seem fine. However, some had respiratory issues and they seem to be suffering mentally. Dr. Bowen states that these men, after examination, should technically be dead due to the levels of malnutrition, and despite these levels, a patient lifted 725-pound weights. As a result, Bowen ordered that 3 staff be assigned to these patients rather than 1. A telegram is found stating that the press are not to be allowed near the miners. Mike finds a broken camera which could be a reporter's camera smashed on purpose. It seems like someone was trying to cover something up. This is why Mike finds 30 clock-in cards stowed away in a safe, and Emily, while she's in the mines, finds the clocking-in machine with the numbers of miners who clocked in rubbed off. This was the doing of Jefferson Bragg. As he was in charge of the mine and the sanatorium, he attempted to bury the entire truth of anything even happening. On the 24th of February, the miners, now Wendigos, attacked the staff, killing pretty much all of them. Jefferson Bragg locked himself away in a hidden room and took his own life. One of the most supporting pieces of evidence that the Wendigos in the sanatorium are the miners is seen through the case of a miner called Billy Bates. Billy was a married father of one who, as seen from a postcard found by Emily, was a bit of a naughty boy as he was having an affair with a lady called Loretta from Calgary. Anyway, Mike finds a case study in the sanatorium which details Billy Bates' observation report. Among the symptoms displayed, the physician notes a scar. Mike recognises this scar on the head of one of the Wendigos and deduces that these are the miners. But who put the Wendigos in the cages? Here's who. The stranger, named Jack Fiddler, is a man of Cree descent. A badass with a flamethrower, the game throws us off at first and insinuates that he is a bad guy who is seen pretty mysteriously up until the point in which he appears to help Emily by helping her escape the Wendigo in the mine. His appearance is that of a man in his 50s with a scar over his eye. Despite his age, he's able to carry around a flamethrower and traverse the mountains fairly well. He wears a dream catch around his neck, a Native American artifact. The night of the twins' disappearance, he was initially hunting something in the woods. He was hunting the Macapichu, the Wendigo Alpha. The Macapichu had seen Hannah and Beth, and the stranger had tried to stop the Macapichu from killing the girls. He warned it off after Hannah and Beth had fallen over the edge, reaching out to pull them up, but failed. He turned around and the Macapichu was back, the stranger finally killing it and its spirit being released. But why was this man geared up to the nines, ready for an all-out war? Well, due to this man's Cree ancestry, he was well aware of the myths regarding the Wendigo. He was well aware of the curse of the mountain. When he's in the lodge with the teenagers, he mentions that it's his mountain. While the teenagers naturally assume that he meant this literally, he only really meant this from a native perspective. He appears to live in the sanatorium and has tamed wolves for guard dogs, so to speak. He has set up dream catchers at different places in the mines. Due to his heritage, he believed that this would ward off evil spirits. So why was he hell-bent on destroying the Wendigo? I mean, they are a bad breed, that's for sure, but this seems personal, an obsession almost. During the game, after his very preventable death, stupid teenagers, his journal is discovered. This gives us plenty of information about the Wendigo, why they just won't die, and where they come from. It seems that the stranger's grandfather was also a hunter of the Wendigo, more specifically the Macapichu. To add a touch of vengeance to it, we find out that the same Macapichu which caused the deaths of Hannah and Beth also killed the stranger's grandfather.
Kratos, Salem. Varianta cu circul. Genul ăla de acolo. Ah, serios? What? Doamne ferește, ce prediction, că mor. Cațeș. Ești nebun, ce mi-a făcut asta aici? Fucking rain. Mâncați aici și ți-ar dead switch-ul de râs, enervant. Ce lumea cu porcul ăsta? Ce și ruină? Sau dead man switch, nu. Ăla nu e hex, parcă, nu? Era dead man switch. De asta n-are glas, nu vorbește, pa. Wow! Pentru challenge, de-aia am sărit așa, oricum n-aveam de să mă rog. Ce fac? Mai merge la două. Ok. Da, ne distruge kill-ul ăsta. Primul gen, wow. What? Tu ai, trebuia să cazi 3 țari familionul tău. Mamă, nu l-am luat, vere. Zic că se putea. Acum nu mai merge D-ul, înainte nu mai mergea W-ul. Ce se întâmplă? Ok. That's hard. Doamne, mâncați, știi, naiba. Da, ok, n-a fost timing-ul bun. Am rămas așa mascat.
This was personal. This journal shows a newspaper clipping from the day of his grandfather's death, reporting him as dying in mysterious circumstances. Is this signs of another cover-up? And this is where things get theoretical. Jack Fiddler was given as the name of the stranger, but Jack Fiddler was actually a real-life Cree who himself hunted and killed 14 Wendigos. Born in 1820, it's stated that he and his son Joseph were arrested for murder after an eyewitness saw them kill a woman who was in the process of turning into a Wendigo. After being imprisoned along with his son, Jack died by suicide in 1707, aged 87. I'm not sure if the fact that the stranger is called Jack Fiddler is simply just a nod to the real-life Jack Fiddler, or they are intended for the stranger to be related. Anyway, the stranger states that the Wendigo can only be killed with fire and that bullets will slow them down, but it won't actually kill them. As a result of using fire, the stranger managed to drive the Wendigo into cages. The cells we see in the sanatorium indicate that he was successful in this. He mentions that it's just better to lock them up, as that way they are trapped there and not killing them will keep the Wendigo spirit contained inside them. He made totems and copied the designs from the indigenous Native Americans and left them around the mountain, so that explains where they came from. He was fiercely protective over the mountain due to his ancestors, and this was shown in his opposition to the Washingtons buying the property on the mountain. This effectively leads us onto our next part. The father of the family, Bob Washington, was a Hollywood movie mogul, which explains all the movie props in the basement. The family, as a result of Bob's career, were very wealthy, so in the 1990s, Bob purchased land on the mountain in order to turn an old ski lodge into a vacation home for the family. Bob also intended to build a chalet by destroying an old hotel. This was met with opposition from the stranger due to his connection with the mountain being sacred to his ancestors. At one point, Chris finds a letter from the mother of the family, Melinda Washington, which on the back states that there's a strange man hanging outside the generator shed. However, in this letter, Melinda expresses that she respects the land being sacred and offers to make a donation to the elder council of the tribe. The Washingtons used the lodge for annual winter getaways, with the siblings inviting their friends over for parties. Until, of course, this culminated in the prank and the disappearance of Hannah and Beth Washington in 2014. Hannah, who despite being Beth's twin is technically the middle child as she was born first. The reason for this prank, as mentioned earlier, was that Hannah had a huge crush on Mike. This obviously upset Emily, who was dating Mike at the time, and Emily's friend Jess, who were the main architects of the prank as well as Mike himself. Hannah's crush on Mike was revealed to be more of an obsession. She has a picture of Mike on the board in her room as well as numerous mentions of him in her diary. She completed a magazine compatibility test which came out as result C, which meant that you're not compatible, which informed her that she should either let it go or do something crazy like get a tattoo. We find a business card for a tattoo artist in her room, meaning that she's gone ahead with trying to get Mike to like her. So she got a butterfly tattoo. She is naive, as mentioned by Beth when she finds the note from Mike on the side in the kitchen. After falling down off the cliff, Beth was killed, but Hannah suffered a broken leg. She waited 4 days and noted in her journal that she's extremely hungry. 25 days later, Hannah succumbs to hunger and pain, and days after burying her sister, she digs up part of her body and eats it. It's at this moment that Hannah is possessed by the same Machu Picchu spirit which was expelled by the stranger when he killed the old Machu Picchu. It was likely just hanging around waiting for Hannah to succumb to hunger. By the end of the journal, she is completely changed and is now the Machu Picchu. This is confirmed when Josh recognizes Hannah by the tattoo on the Machu Picchu's arm. What's important to notice, however, is that Hannah has at least 3 possible opportunities to kill Mike, but doesn't. Firstly, she's watching Mike from afar. Secondly, she watches Mike through slats in a wall, and lastly, she drags him under the water but doesn't kill him. She could have attacked him at any point but didn't. It's certainly possible that she still had some feelings left over for Mike. As absurd as that may seem, another plausible piece of evidence for this is that if a don't move sequence is failed in the lodge, Hannah attacks Mike, but throws him against a wall. She doesn't straight up kill him like she would with Sam. Her strength and size compared to the other Wendigos does seem to indicate that she is the fiercest Wendigo of them all, and is therefore the Machu Picchu. Hannah is shown fighting the other Wendigos from the sanatorium at the end of the game, whilst in the lodge, which potentially shows us that she's still got some of her old memory intact. It seems like she's protecting her friends, at the same time also trying to kill them. This is just a theory, but it's a strong one considering that when Sam finally runs for the switch, she appears to tackle the other Wendigo, preventing it from getting to Sam. She is killed in a subsequent explosion and the Machu Picchu spirit released. As we see at the end, Josh's transformation into a Wendigo occurs after Hannah has been killed, so it's likely that Josh will now become the Machu Picchu. First of the Washington children. At first, the game does a pretty decent job of showing us that Josh just wants to be with his friends on the anniversary of his sister's disappearance. But obviously we learn soon that that isn't the case. Josh used to be close with his dad, but when Sam picks up the baseball bat in the basement, Josh mentions that he and his dad used to play all the time, but grew apart as his dad became too busy. This explains why Josh was close to Hannah and Beth, and why he took their death so hard. He is a complex character, but it's clear that human interaction is something that he treasures. Josh is revealed to be the psycho, as supported by a number of clues such as the tape found by Sam. He has an extensive knowledge of movie effects and props. This is likely from the influence of his father, which explains how he came up with such elaborate games for his friends to play. It's revealed to us that Josh has some serious issues. From the age of 11, Josh was diagnosed with mental illness. But at some point, it seems that Josh had been misdiagnosed. He has and was prescribed medication for depression, yes, but there was a potential second illness of schizophrenia which was never diagnosed. Due to him not receiving the correct medication, his condition worsened. He was referred to Dr. Hill on the 14th of March 2014, a month after the disappearance of his sisters, as he was flagged as a potential suicide risk and then discharged on the 16th of May 2014. He was extremely paranoid as depicted in his sessions with Dr. Hill. The sessions with Dr. Hill gave us an important view into Josh's psyche. The sessions seemed strained and very short, likely due to the game, but it did seem like Dr. Hill was just waiting for the session to end. He seemed very aggressive and hostile towards Josh and spoke disapprovingly of his actions. With Dr. Hill's office becoming more and more resemblant of his surroundings, these sessions were all in Josh's head. That's how he viewed Dr. Hill. Now, this is largely in part down to how Josh viewed psychiatrists as a whole, being that he's seen so many over the course of a few years. In reality, Dr. Hill was probably nothing like Josh imagined him in his head. Sam finds Josh's phone, which shows that he has concern for Josh, as Josh has revealed his plan regarding his friends, and Dr. Hill asks if he's still taking his meds. So lastly, we'll discuss the part of the story which people were a little confused by. At the very start of the game, we see a wanted poster with a man's name on it, Victor Milgram. Milgram is allegedly wanted for arson and death threats. Chris finds a newspaper clipping in the basement, explaining that Victor Milgram tried to burn down the old hotel after it was bought by Bob Washington, who fired Milgram. As well as this, Chris finds a photo of the twins with disturbing threats on the back. But the truth is, Victor wasn't even arrested. It was just a big backstory fabricated by Josh to support his psycho killer narrative for his prank. The newspaper clipping Chris found was from a stack of fake newspapers ordered by Josh. In reality, Victor Milgram was just a janitor who worked in the sanatorium in 1952. Shown only in the VR game The Inpatient, Milgram helped a reporter gain access to the sanatorium, as he believed there was some strange stuff going on in there. This reporter was likely the one who was attacked and mentioned in the newspaper article from 1952. The broken camera likely belonged to them, and another interesting point is that this reporter was actually hospitalized. When the protagonist wakes up in the hospital in The Inpatient, he is suffering from amnesia, and is being questioned by Jefferson Bragg, who of course was trying to keep the whole entire thing secret, so this just all adds up. We know what happens next. The miners turn into Wendigos, and the protagonist resorted to cannibalism and turned into the Machu Picchu, which in turn years later led the twins off the cliff and was killed by the stray.
I made a good choice. Ah, serios, în pana mea? What the fuck, doamne, ce-am făcut, mă, azi? Fața la cur l-a luat. își vede ce... Ok. Să facem și genul dacă tot ai oprit aici, nu? Foc. O, asta se aude așa. Alright. Hey, Sal. fapt pleacă. Poate are noid. No, fuck! Hai mă, vere! Mamă, nici n-am fost atent că aveam springboard-ul aproape făcut. Deci sunt ăștia cu nivot. Eu nu-i văd pe ăștia. Ah, stai, da, cam blanți. Corect. Dacă suntem exact lângă ieșire, putem să facem un play. Cred că au borrow time-ul aia. Uite-l pe piluț. Am vrut să ne mai lasă să dăm heal. Și tu, Paul.
Stranger. But anyway, I hope this did a lot to explain or cover any confusion that you had around the story of Until Dawn. It was an awesome game and I really enjoyed my playthrough of it. And if you did enjoy this video, then please leave a like and subscribe and comment down below. Help this video travel through YouTube. But for now, Hello everyone, my name is Harry and welcome to the channel. Today we're going to be looking at the story of Little Hope. A little disclaimer, there will be spoilers in this video, so if you've not yet completed the game or are halfway through it, please turn away now. The story starts with a focus on a bus driver coming out of a diner and boarding his bus. The bus driver reaches a roadblock and gets diverted through the town of Little Hope by the officer. The bus is travelling down the road and we hear the voices of the passengers on the bus. The man is telling a woman about his sobriety, at which point the woman starts complaining about them going the wrong way. The driver, distracted, turns around and tells him to keep it down. At this point he turns back around and the little girl is standing in the road, causing the bus driver to swerve and crash. We then switch to the 1970s, observing the Clark family home in Massachusetts, USA. Now we see that this is a family with its share of troubles. The father, James, is a drunk who is on the verge of losing his job. Anne is the wife who is troubled by James's drinking and the state of their family. She doesn't quite seem to understand the seriousness of James's working situation, but she does seem to have a genuine concern about their youngest daughter, Megan, not being quite right.
She's not right. It's serious, James.
Worry too much about that kid. I can't deal with this right now.
Another surprise.
We have Tanya, who is arriving home from work, guessing from the uniform she's wearing, and her boyfriend has given her a lift home. We have Dennis, who is stubborn, kind of a douchebag. We have Anthony, who seems to be the glue holding the family together. People tend to ask him how they should handle certain situations. And lastly, we have Megan. Upon looking around the family home, we do find that Megan does seem to be having some trouble at school, indicated by a report that we find on the table, where her grades are well under par and she is being tardy at school.
Use a little help.
Maybe if we'd had kids of our own, none of this would be happening.
That's a real low blow.
We get an indication that these kids aren't actually biologically related. It is mentioned through the same argument that Anne couldn't actually have kids of her own, so they're either fostered or adopted. Dennis is mean to Megan and scolds her when she walks over his record collection. John looks at a picture of Megan and says, "Not tonight." Anne shuns her just to get some peace and quiet. This gives us a quick glimpse into how Megan is treated by her family. It seems as if Anthony is the only one who is nice to Megan, whereas everyone else doesn't have time for her, or is not very nice to her.
There's no need to be so tough on her. It was an accident.
Everything Megan does is an accident.
Megan decides to take revenge on her family members by locking her mother in the bathroom and locking Tanya outside on the balcony. Setting off a bizarre and sinister chain of events, Megan, seemingly under the influence of a demon, starts a fire in the house, which quickly spreads and the family is completely wiped out. James gets crushed, Anne chokes, Tanya dies one of two ways you choose, being hung, breaking her neck, or burning alive in the house. Dennis gets impaled, Megan dies in the fire. Whilst looking understandably distressed considering you just watched your own family die in the space of 2 minutes, a stranger then turns up after your whole family has died and assumes, as you're holding matches, that you started the fire, and then Anthony runs back into the house. After this frantic opera of carnage, we transport back to the present day, where we meet the following characters: the bus passengers, Andrew, John, Taylor, Daniel, and Angela. The bus driver, however, isn't here, and he seems to have gone missing. The passengers assume that he has just gone into town to find help. Andrew seems to be suffering from some sort of concussion and doesn't really remember anything. He seems a little confused. So far, we have witnessed two different timelines: present day and 1970s Massachusetts. We end up at the Black Cat Bar, where we meet a man called Vince. Vince is unhelpful, seems distant, unhappy, and also standoffish. Walking towards the town, Andrew discovers Poppet. FYI, the word Poppet is an older spelling of puppet from Middle English, meaning small child or a doll. These dolls were used in folk magic and witchcraft, and were usually used to represent a person, a little bit like a voodoo doll would. We then get grabbed by a small girl called Mary, and are transported to what seems to be a long time in the past. Mary seems to be speaking with an accent from Northern England, and is the spitting image of Megan from the Clark family.
Come play with me. What witch's trickery is this now, Mary?
I have done nothing.
Hold your tongue. Reverend Carver's affection for you will be shaken loose when he learns of your infidelity with the devil.
And Mary runs after this woman, apparently called Amy. This era takes place during the witch trials of 1692. Along the way, the characters keep getting pulled from 2020 to 1692 and come face to face with their doubles. The 5 doubles we meet are Abraham, Joseph, Tabitha, Amy, and David. One by one, Angela, Taylor, Daniel, and John's doubles all get executed, seemingly at the behest of a man named Reverend Carver, and due to the testimony of Mary, the child from before. There is something not quite right about Reverend Carver, as he seems to be forcing Mary to keep a secret. Mary even acts up at the trial of Amy, receiving a nod from Carver to fake being possessed in order to frame Amy. The priest seemed to be using his power to manipulate Mary into doing his bidding. The doubles that were executed in 1692 seemingly come back to 2020 in the form of demons, and pursue and chase after their likenesses. The demons themselves depicting the gruesome manner in which they were executed. Note that these causes of death match those of the victims of the house fire from 1972 as well, and if the demons kill their mark, so to speak, they suffer a similar fate. Angela suffocates, as did Anne and Amy. Taylor gets her neck broken, as did Tanya and Tabitha. Daniel gets impaled, as did Dennis and David. And John gets crushed, as did James and Joseph. We've now witnessed 3 different realities: the 17th century era, 1970s Massachusetts, and the present day. So the most obvious things connecting these 3 timelines are the striking similarities in the subjects: Abraham, Anthony and Andrew, Joseph, James and John, Tabitha, Tanya and Taylor, Amy, Anne, Angela and David, Dennis and Daniel. Well, we play through the story, flip-flopping back and forth between these realities, fighting off demons using our wits and whatever weapons we can find. It would be very cool to think that there's something really weird going on in Little Hope, allowing time travel between present day and the witch trials, or that the town is stuck in their loop with the characters being reborn, but no, it's not that. The house fire actually happened. In the Little Hope Cemetery we find a family plot with the graves of James, Anne, Tanya, Dennis and Megan Clark, and someone is visiting Tanya's grave and leaving flowers there all these years later. And the town is abandoned, so who is leaving flowers? At the end of the game, we find out that Anthony from the house fire is actually the bus driver. This is indicated through the fact that the bus driver has a burn on the left side of his face from the fire. There are numerous clues left throughout the game which make sense when you actually look back. Things like the fact that Andrew recognises the police station.
Yeah, there's something kind of familiar about this place.
You got a big-time criminal past?
He recognises the #1 dad keyring from his dream.
I saw this exact keychain in my dream.
He also keeps the family photo that Daniel found in the factory.
You really want a souvenir? From this night? From this place?
All I know, I'm keeping hold of this.
He goes to the Black Cat bar, and Vince only seems to respond to questions that Andrew asks.
How you doing? Excuse me, but we're looking for our bus driver.
What?
Have you seen him?
Yeah, that's funny.
What's up with the fog outside? It's pretty weird.
Yeah, sure is a thick one tonight.
So thick it's stopping us from leaving.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Traffic
Sorry
too?
for busting in like this. Bus we were on crashed a little way back up the road there. We're still a little shaken up.
We're still a lot shaken
up. You certainly look shook up.
What happened here? The place seems completely deserted.
Little Hope feels a little like a ghost town. And that fog?
Life moves on, you know. But we don't all go with it.
There a phone in here?
We could use a way of contacting the outside world.
There's a phone, but it's been dead for years.
The moment that bus driver Anthony was informed that he was being completely coincidentally diverted through Little Hope, he starts to emotionally unravel, snaps, and becomes confused due to the unresolved trauma from all those decades ago and the house fire.
We got a problem.
This causes him to have a psychotic break. You can literally hear the exact moment this happens.
We're diverting all traffic through Little Hope.
He then immediately seems confused, which the officer points out.
You seem a little confused.
He drives off, starts hallucinating, and sees what appears to be his little sister Megan standing there in the road, causing him to swerve and crash. He then creates 2 alternate realities in his head to help him come to terms with the death of his entire family. It's clear Anthony had been tragically wandering around Little Hope by himself for hours, hallucinating. Taylor, Angela, Daniel, and Megan do not even exist either in this timeline.
To help us would be greatly appreciated.
There's no goddamn us.
They were just fictional likenesses of his siblings and parents who all perished in the fire. Anthony held some sort of guilt for the fire and struggled to forgive his little sister Megan, as it was clear she started the fire as her doll was found by the stove. But this story is as much about Anthony forgiving himself as it was about Anthony forgiving Megan. The curator says this at the end.
That's the problem with demons. If you don't lay them to rest, they will haunt you forever.
So what's with the witch trials? The witch trials confused a lot of people when the twist came, as this meant that the timeline was actually completely fictional and all in Anthony's imagination. In the beginning of the game, the bus driver has a book about magic.
The Botoxanes. What's up, baby? Gas heaven. Bun. trapper. Skinul de Krampus. Da, desigur. Hamburger, ha? Wow, ca orice trapper. Punem capcană la geamul ăsta. Prima capcană pe care o punem la Killer Shack. Ok. Acum du-te și dărise la capcana aia de acolo. Să pun o capcană aici și după aia dărise la aia de acolo. Hai, verere, că ești prea predictable. Pune. Uf. Fuck, și dar este singurul capcana aia? Probabil are doar ăla de unele capcane de liste random. Sau poate Darise și n-am fost eu atent, nu știu ce a făcut pe aici. Yes, son. Whatever you say, Cappy. Salah Hill, Lori. Mai genul ăla de acolo. Ăla e făcut. Are mai unul. Era el. Yes. Okay. ¿100% serios? Dacă a scăpat, e bine. Missed my DS. Dar n-a murit nimeni. Era aia pe care am salvat-o? I missed my DS. Ah, atunci bine că am salvat-o, că murea. Comes injured. Nu am devenit injured când i-am distrus capcana. De fapt, stai, că eram nehiluit când i-am... Da. Ok. Asta ce face? Every 30 seconds, one closed bear trap. Chosen the ram becomes set. Aha, ok. Deci avea și adonul ăla. Barbecue, chili, agitation, bamboozle și brutal strength. Am înțeles.
In the house in the 1970s, we see a book on the side which is about witch trials. We see another book nearby named Shroud of Innocence, which also has a description at the top, indicating that it's about the witch trials. Were the books in the house also Anthony? This may provide us with an explanation as to why Anthony would hallucinate the third reality at the period of the witch trials, as he may have had a fascination with it. Also, Angela does make a comment at one point that she's worried about Andrew's interest in the effigy they find on the side of the road. We also see people without faces, I believe that this has some significance to it, in that everyone in the timelines who did have a face were people that Anthony actually knew or had met. The same can be said for Isaac the executioner and the police officer, and Judge Wyman and the stranger from the prologue. So, if Andrew is using the faces of people he knows as the residents of Liverpool, then who is the double for Reverend Carver? In the story there are two priests. They look identical. In 1692, from what we see through the flashback,
Au revenit. Să vedem dacă începe meciul. Eu cred că o să ne bage. Ok. Billy. Luptarul. Setup destul de bun. Lightborn, ok, pe de-aia duci la... Lightborn în pana mea. Serios? M-am terminat degeaba. parte ale Tinkererului. Wow, nu s-a trăgat paletul și s-a alergat pe aici. Impresionant. O să vine iar pe aici, pentru că Tinkerer. Altruism n-avem deloc. Ce și ultimul gen, dar o să vină aici. Sau nu, că încerci cu Bill. Devii aici cu metru că e făcut. Bye. Păi, ieșirea. Primul heal. Să moară David în pana mea. Unde e? Okay, good job, team. Wow. Două. Mersi. Acceptam la două. Unhooked. Și Unhooked visează jocul ăsta? Ah, nu, ok. Bă, mersi. 18.000 de puncte și 2 pipuri, vă rog frumos. Cum pana mea se poate așa ceva, nu știu. Dar ok. Ok.
Anyway, that's the plot. A lot of things to talk about and look into here, so I guess let's start with Kur, or House of Ashes. We're going to have to dive into Mesopotamian mythology to understand what happened. So let's begin with what the Sumerians believed, which played a huge part in the narrative. Essentially being the earliest astronomers, the Sumerians believed that the sky was formed of a number of domes. They believed that the outermost dome housed the sky god An. They believed that the stars and the planets had their own gods. Utu was the sun god, Sin was the moon god. There are others, but their relevance to the story is nothing if not minimal. Now, one of the beliefs of the Arcadians is that the eclipse is a sign of disaster. They were literally terrified of them, which explains why everything seems to hit the fan when an eclipse occurs, and why Naram Sin thought the moon god had cursed their land. They believed that in death a soul could not travel upwards to the heavens due to the heavens being a place for the divine and not for mortal beings, so that soul was to be confined to earth. Upon death, the person's soul would then be led to the underworld known as Kur, which translates to House of Ashes. The only drink available to them would be dust, and they could only eat clay. Light did not exist down there, but only darkness. Good deeds did not make a difference. The only respite a soul would have depends on where they were buried. So for this reason, many dead were buried near their homes, and sacrifices of food and drink were made. For example, pouring wine into a dead person's grave would quench the thirst of their soul in Kur, the House of Ashes. As a result of this though, many wealthy people lived well in the House of Ashes, and many poor people, due to having a poor burial, would have a life of torment. Now on the flip side, if a person died and didn't get those luxuries, they as ghosts could bring about torment on the living. Mythology goes that the ruler of the Mesopotamian underworld was Ereshkigal, and the demons that lived in Kur were Lamashtu and Pazuzu. Now you Exorcist fans may have seen a lot of Pazuzu statues around the temple. So the game starts off in ancient Sumer in the year 2231 BC, now southern Iraq. Sumer was the earliest known civilization in Mesopotamia. The city in which this prologue takes place is Akkad, the capital city of the Akkadian Empire. Considered by many to be the pioneers of civilization as we know it, the Sumerians were very innovative when it came to language and architecture. This is seen throughout the game by the temples and statues. We learn in the prologue that Naram Sin, the king of the Akkadian Empire, sacked a temple in Nippur and a plague and famine came. But what caused this? Well, according to the mythology, it goes a little something like this. After years of praying to the gods, Naram Sin grew tired of not being answered, so he decided to bring the gods to account. He set his sights on Nippur, the special seat of the god King Enlil, who was one of the chief gods and, rather importantly, the father of the moon god Sin. Nippur was also considered to be a sacred city, a holy city. Naram Sin decided to sack the temple of Enlil, a temple called Ikur. After Naram Sin's army had sacked Enlil's temple, which was considered a blasphemy, Sin, the moon god, along with 7 other gods, decided that Akkad should be destroyed in order to spare the rest of Sumer and cursed Akkad. Sin then sent an army, a mountain tribe called Gutians, to attack Akkad, releasing its livestock and destroying its farms in order to curse its people with famine and plague. Naram Sin and the Arcadians believed that the Gutians were demons sent by the moon god Sin, and that they were responsible for bringing the curse upon their land. Believing that this curse came due to the sacking of the temple, Naram Sin built a new one as a way of seeking forgiveness from the gods, which is why the statue on the temple is praying up to the skies. Little did he know that he'd actually built his temple upon a crash-landed alien ship, but we'll get to that soon. The Arcadians sacrificed thousands of people in the name of their gods, desperate to lift the curse of famine and plague from their lands and threw the bodies into charnel pits. We find out in the game that a dig, or an expedition, was down in the temple in 1946. All their equipment was left behind, which suggests that none of them made it out. We find diary entries which give us a great idea of what happened. On September 24, 1945, archaeologist Randolph Hodgson and his wife Mary, newly married, met with a wealthy antiquarian Lady Bradshaw who wanted to fund an expedition. Mary noticed Lady Bradshaw's brooch, an ancient Sumerian relic from Iraq. Directing them to another relic from the site, a gold cuneiform tablet, she called it the final puzzle piece in her life's work. She said it was a map which gives the location of the tomb of Alexander the Great, located on the border of Iraq in the Zagros Mountains. On April 2nd, 1946, they had assembled their team, which consisted of Captain Sherman Crow, an old war buddy of Randolph's, who recommended an experienced dig foreman named Arthur Pullman, along with Randolph's assistant, Aline Junot. Lady Bradshaw wanted her own advisor there, so she wanted Ellis Van Hoyten, an archaeologist with a very bad reputation. Later that year, in October, they managed to break into the tomb, along with their hired help of people referred to as the Fellahin, which was the name for a peasant in Arab countries. It's noted that the Fellahin felt comforted by the huge machine gun which Captain Crow brought along, as these people knew the legends behind the temple. A note even states that they had trouble hiring workers for the dig due to their fear, even turning down more money. They discover that the temple is that of Naram Sin, the Arcadian god king. Lady Bradshaw still declared it a great find, one for the ages, so to speak. Randolph mentions that his assistant Alina's worked on digs with large amounts of death involved, but never on the scale that exists in the temple, as the Arcadians sacrificed thousands of people to appease their gods and dumped their bodies in pits. A couple of months later, Randolph goes to celebrate their finds with some champagne, but Mary has found Lady Bradshaw's box of dynamite. She is concerned about the use of dynamite in a dig site due to cave-ins, etc. Crow then arrives and grabs the dynamite, stating that they found something down below. Upon going down there, Randolph mentions the stench of death, and that there were corpses everywhere. And Crow deduced that this was likely the work of local bandits, tossing their victims down there from the surface after robbing and killing them. But the real reason Crow brought them down there was a strange light emanating from somewhere. Bradshaw then nodded to Crow, who opened the dynamite. Blowing a hole in the wall, they stumbled on what appeared to be an old city. They set up an elevator to allow them to go down to the depths. A week later, they went down. They found a sleeping city, and they came across cocoons. For the next few weeks, they studied this city, and now this is where it all goes wrong. Crow finds Mary unconscious in the star chamber and lays her down in one of the cells. Lady Bradshaw questioned Mary, who seems to be dodging Lady Bradshaw's questions. Days later, Pullman finds that the radio has been sabotaged, and Randolph considers the fact that someone wants to stop them contacting the outside world. He goes on to harbour his doubts about Ellis Van Hoyten. Mary's condition gets worse, and Randolph finds Lady Bradshaw asking Mary more questions. Mary mentions winged demons, and Lady Bradshaw's eyes lit up. Mary lashed out and grabbed Lady Bradshaw's brooch, clawing at her chest. Mary dies the day after, but not before she makes Randolph swear to bury the place so no one else can ever find it. Later that evening, Randolph notices the brooch Mary snatched from Lady Bradshaw. On it was the image of something which resembled the creatures they'd been studying from the cocoons. He realizes something horrifying, that Lady Bradshaw knew all along that these demons existed, and that they'd find them down there. Mary then reanimates and tries to grab him from behind the cell bars. At this point, workers have gone missing, and Lady Bradshaw has gone down to the city below. Randolph mentions that Bradshaw wants to become one of the creatures, bizarrely. Whoever was sabotaging equipment has sealed the team in there with the creatures. Randolph decides that honouring what Mary asked, to bury the place, is what they need to do, so he sets about placing dynamite on the pillars in the temple. Randolph finds Lady Bradshaw down below, and finds her sucking the blood from her assistant Ellis Van Hoyten's corpse. Randolph sees that she has changed, just like Mary did. He stakes Lady Bradshaw through the heart, killing her. At that moment, the blood spilled and the creatures let out a shriek. Randolph then appears to shoot himself and his account ends. But who sabotaged the equipment? Who blew the temple so the team was trapped in there? Well, whilst in the Star Chamber, Rachel finds a note written by Ellis Van Hoyten, which states that he is the saboteur. He sabotaged the dynamite and the radio in order to prevent the sealing of the temple, in order that humanity could study these creatures and learn about them. Judging from an expedition map, it seems that Lady Bradshaw and Van Hoyten even went as far as creating a fake dig site location. Therefore, nobody even knew the expedition was there until years later in 2000.
Doamne. Domnul Michael Myers. Don't hide. Under the pillow. Ia uite. Ce vine fix aici. What the fuck? Bă, frate, la close call-urile astea, sincer, nici nu știu ce să zic. Când a prins ăla? Terminat aia, nu stă la heal până... Terminam până acum. Să fim aproape de compound-ul ăsta. Am slab Michael-ul. Pune. Mă. Eram 90 ceva. Hai mă, faci intenționat. Din căraci. What? Mai să faci așa intenționat, mă? Uite. Area on the terror radius redus. Adevărul, hai să primul ed. Ce facem, moș? Ce să mă ducem ăla? Și ieșirea asta ne-a deschis. G. Care infinit, mă, mâncați-și. De-aia și l-a făcut atât de greu. Sau nu? Wow! Și noi pe lângă asta? Asta ar trebui să fie o glumă. Ce deschis ăștia 100%, nu știu, probabil că au fost sigur pe ei, că bă, tot e bine, dar omul meu m-a urmărit tare mult. Deci el, după ce cădă așa cu puterea lui, atât de mult a dat comii după mine și tot are noed. Omul meu a coligat aparatul ăla de 10.000 de ori. Dacă nu caută tot temul, s-a terminat. Nu, tăpărduitorii stau acolo la ieșire, Dwight e acolo, dacă îl vede fact. Super, și n-am făcut nimica. Ce meci de rahat, pe bune? Dwight, te pup. Ești cel mai bun jucător din lume. Să mor eu. Doi, ce pana mea faci? Holy shit. Băi, tu ăsta m-a salvat, mâncați-și gura ta. Și l-am răsplătit cu save. Props. Clar. Bine, încă două pipuri. Ruben, am ce să zic, tată, m-a ajutat. A fost bine. Play with your foot, save the best for the last. Și de highlight, așa, ăla 3 erau teachable părți. Dar nu poate să lipsească din build, nu-i așa? Okay.
2003, when the soldiers fell down there. It's possible they also did this, though, to deter grave robbers. So it seems that a big part of this game revolves around the archaeological dig. The archaeologists also believe that the temple which Naram-Sin built was built on top of the 7 gates of the underworld which existed inside the Zagros Mountains. Let's look at the antagonists of this game, the creatures. Vampires, bats, or whatever you want to call them. Way back when, due to their advances in astronomy, the Sumerians often detailed constellations of stars on clay tablets, much like this one. This one in particular shows a constellation known as Cetus, known as the Whale. One of the archaeologists, Mary, believed that the contraption in the star chamber represented this constellation. Anyway, in the game, Jason and Salim, who were later joined by the others, ventured 3,500 feet down into what seemed to be a green abyss. Down there, they find a lot, and I mean a lot, of cocoons. Salim mentions that the fluid in these cocoons smells similar to formaldehyde, a preserving agent. This is seen better when they come across the corpse of Balathu or Karun, depending on how your prologue played out, still alive despite missing half a head. It was essentially preserving flesh. These creatures hibernated inside the cocoons, which allowed them to stay alive for thousands of years. The moment they smell fresh blood, they begin to come out of hibernation. But where did they come from in the first place? It appears from a vision Rachel had whilst infected with the parasite that they arrived on Earth from the constellation Cetus and potentially crash-landed onto Earth at some point, although we don't know when exactly. Over the years, stories were told of creatures named Galu coming out at night and dragging mortals into the underworld. Could the legend of Galu come from these creatures? It seems that people worship the creatures, and we see some kind of effigy in the huts on the farm, suggesting that the shepherds pray to the creatures. It seems as well that these shepherds had tons of gas masks, but this makes total sense when you refer to a couple of documents in the game. First, this one details infection symptoms. It appears that exposure to the creatures could cause sickness, and this also explains why Mary got so sick. The second is a document which contains details about the black saliva of the creatures. This saliva was reported to emit a stench which caused a sensation similar to that of mushrooms. Psilocybin, or the magic mushroom compound. Anyway, they use respirators to minimize the effects. We also see reports of bandit attacks around that area, one of which states that an aid worker called Marie Vinay went missing, presumably being robbed and killed. It seems that after finding Marie Vinay's ID card in the pit, it's revealed that the bandits threw their victims down into the temple, possibly even as a sacrifice to that which they worshipped, the creatures, hence all the blood and bodies down there. We find a note by one of the archaeologists, Mary, who speculates that these creatures could have even come to Earth millions of years ago, way before the Sumerian civilizations were established. This could have influenced the legend of Pazuzu, the winged idol. Pazuzu certainly seems to resemble these creatures in some way, and not the other way around. It mentions that the creatures respond to or communicate with music, and are potentially alien life forms.
I shouldn't shut Michael out like I did. Name it did push it.
He ain't pushing nothing now.
Reckon I'll go mend the fence.
Fremont. Yeah, it was my old post. I came up with CBS.
Calhoun Baker Stricker. Yeah, I used to have to bang up on y'all all the time.
I remember that too.
Yeah. I ain't a cop now, right? Like I told Cuddy, I'm sort of like a teacher now. And that's how I come to know me.
Only reason I'm even here is Cuddy spoke for you.
You say what I'm asking? Your boy is smart, funny, and open-hearted. He got some flex in him. And I ain't see it at first because he was always acting out. Always full of a corner talk. You know, just talking shit to hide himself. But he could go a lot of places and do a lot of things in his life. Be out there in the world in a way that, you know, didn't happen for you and me. You know our kind? Man, we both know we're gonna go to our grave forever knowing what block Benelux dead ends at, or who got the liquor license at over the underground, or what corner Tater Man got shot on when he come out the musical lounge back in '88. Vision and gold. I mean, the West Side, we know. It's dead, man. You know, people in the game nowadays, I mean, it's a whole different breed. No code, no family. Damn sure no respect. When you send naming out on them corners now, giving them maybe 1, 2 years before you die anymore. And maybe, if you're lucky, up here with you.
Maybe, maybe not. That's the game.
I'm talking about naming him, Mr. Bryce. He's a lot of things. A lot of good things. I mean, before you know, he might surprise all of us given half a chance. But he ain't made for them corners, man. I mean, not like we were. That's why I come down here, because I gotta believe that you see it. Being who you are and all you've been through. You know your son. It's in your hand, man.
You asking too much.
I'm asking.
You took them to a restaurant.
Ruth Chris.
Lynn napkins.
You know, silverware, more than one fork.
How'd they do?
Yeah, pretty well, considering.
Did they embarrass us?
Us? No. We're fine with it, but, I mean, they were intimidated, embarrassed, and awkward as hell, but it made it through.
Miss Shepardson, these aren't the kids that are going to be able to sit still for the statewide tests, much less do well on them. These were the kids that were going to make it impossible for anyone else to do well.
So we're writing them off.
No, that's what we're not doing.
You're not educating them. You're socializing them.
They weren't being educated before. There's no point in being obtuse.
Excuse me.
Hold on. Look, what he's saying is this. I mean, you put a textbook in front of these kids. Put a problem on a blackboard or teach them every problem on some statewide test. It won't matter. None of it. Because they're not learning for our world. They're learning for theirs. And they know exactly what it is they're training for and what it is everyone expects them to be.
I expect them to be students.
But it's not about you or us or the test or the system. It's what they expect of themselves. I mean, every single one of them know they headed back to the corners. Their brothers and sisters, shit, their parents. They came through these same classrooms, didn't they? We pretended to teach them. They pretended to learn. And where they end up? Same damn corners. I mean, they're not fools, these kids. They don't know our world, but they know their own. I mean, Jesus, they see right through us.
I think we made that clear when you approved the project.
Provisionally approved.
When you provisionally approved the project, we made it clear that
Where y'all at? What? Sorry, where y'all at?
Ok. Nu mapa pe care mi-o doream, dar... Ok, și ăsta spawn totem? Underground sau ce? De bun în pana mea, nu sparge. Fucking idiot. Wow. Bine că stai tu repede să-i dai cu bunul tău. Clown nu l-am avut deloc sezonul ăsta, interesant. Well, shit. Ce mi arată mă asta? Care adună la one shot, care e cel mai relevant adun. Prea rapid, Tere. Înțelegi? Vere, what the fuck? Ce-i gameplay-ul ăsta? Nu m-am oprit deloc și totuși e prea rapid. Ce e, bă? Nu pot să dai baleta, Vere. Știi proastă? Fucking idiots. Sper că lea cineva pe ăla. Aia. Așa. Nu face nimic. Aici, că nu te știe. Toți bagi joc din mine cu generatoarele astea? Ce apare? Ce tot face, mă, aia? Doamne, mâncați-și gurița ta. Wow. Thanks. Thanks. Mă mir că am făcut safe flip. Cred că glumești. Vă căcați pe voi. PayPal. Mother's Dwelling. Apollo the Huntress. Ce are spanci? Vine cineva? What the fuck are you doing? Și de ce pleci? Oh, ok. Yes! Yes! Ok. Bună. Hai, bine, farmăm puțin cu tipa. Unde? Așa. Păi, unde-i paleta? Să vedem. Next. Man, come on. Ok, spargem toate paletele. Nu, gat paletul nu ți-l dau în gură. Ok, facem un arc. Haide, amândoi. Yes, man, come on. Stai că nu-mi iese. Cine s-a dus? Mamă, dar n-am făcut niciun generator, mâncați și... E bine. De fapt, da, am făcut. Dar... puteți mai bine. Acum facem puncte pe exit ăsta. acum ne închide poarta. Ok. Cred că era necesar de hardul ăla, dar ok. Altfel crux. Delicious. GG, let's have a nice one. GG's. Gia.
You hear me? Game over. Fuck y'all at? Alright, when I find y'all, I'm beating y'all asses. Now where y'all at? Alright, don't let me find y'all. Yo, check this poop. Little man left us play and shit.
Man, you's a weak ass nigga, man. You should have stayed down in the country, man.
Yo, I'm a nigga, yo.
You fucking brought this on yourself, man.
You boys.
You brought this on yourself.
Ain't gotta be like this, yo. You niggas, man, BC, remember that?
Come on. Wetting your fucking pants like you a little boy. Be a man. Stand up like a motherfucking man.
My niggas, yo.
Man, you said you was a fucking man. Stand up straight.
That's us, man.
Do it, goddammit, if you're gonna...
Darcia Wallace? We're looking for your son. Thought you might help us out as to his whereabouts.
Where, who? Shit.
Kill yourself. Just kill yourself.
She mentions in the last sentence that it's possible they were just trying to get home. Their existence is expanded further somewhat when Jason finds remains of the two creatures that appear to have been fighting each other. But why were they fighting? Well, it seems that these alien creatures were host to an alien parasite that had, let's just say, vampiric properties. The creatures would infect a victim with the parasite, in this case a human, and the human would turn into this. That explains why Joey and Clarice turned. They don't fully change into the creatures, it's almost like they're a mutation, a mix between the creatures and humans. This exact same thing happened to the dig team in 1946. A document shows us how they hunt through echolocation similar to bats. They drink blood, again similar to vampire bats. They are hard to kill through inflicting physical damage such as shooting them, but they are susceptible to UV light. Their cycle, looking at this document here, is that the creatures are awoken from their hibernation by the smell or the sense of fresh blood. They then get adrenaline from feeding off the fear of their victims. They infect the victim, implanting the parasite. The parasite then develops, the host dies, and then the parasite takes over, leading to this. It's likely that the creatures came up from the underworld into the temple due to the amount of fresh blood spilled on the ground, awakening from their slumber. The eclipse happening was a result of bad timing. Naram's sin being sat in sunlight would have protected him from the creatures, but when the eclipse took away the sunlight, the creature ran stop at the diner in Little Hope. Rachel mentions that a strange man was in the diner who looked at her and said, "You'll never be as happy again as you are now." Confused by this, Rachel drives away. Eric has foolishly got his feet on the dash, and a road accident causes Eric to lose his leg. But who was the man in the diner? It's possible that it could have either been Vince mourning the death of Tanya or Anthony. Either way, it's a very cool link for the two games to have. But anyway, that is it for this video. If you did enjoy it, please leave a like on it. Hello, and welcome to the next installment of the Law & Order video series, where we unpack and look into stories from games. In this one, we'll be looking at the very first installment from the Dark Pictures anthology, Man of Medan. I've already done videos on Little Hope and Until Dawn, so if you want to watch those too, the link is down in the description and the cards are up here. Alright, that's enough intro, let's roll. Around 2 years after the events of World War II, on June 11th, 1947, an American military freighter ship stops off in a Chinese port in Manchuria, a historical region in northeastern China. Before beginning its voyage, cargo is being stowed in a hold and 4 caskets have also been stowed too. 2 soldiers are enjoying some downtime in a Chinese market. Joe, one of the soldiers, consults a fortune teller who predicts death, then he tries his hand at a combat dummy exercise at one of the stalls. Joe and his friend Charlie head back to their ship in a drunken state, arguing over the fact that Charlie lent Joe money and he wants it back. They shove each other, and after a bit of roughhousing, a sergeant breaks it up and knocks Joe out. Joe is sent to the medical bay with a concussion, and Charlie is thrown into the brig for 10 days and locked in there. The ship then sets sail, and days later an electrical storm hits the cargo, causing a green and yellow gas to leak from it. Joe wakes up still in the medical bay and finds that everything has gone to hell. He finds a doctor's corpse in a locker and goes to free his friend. They search the seemingly deserted ship and come across more of their fellow men, dead. A strange mist covers the ground, but Joe and Charlie do not seem to notice it. They eventually encounter monstrous beings in a cargo hold, which seem to somehow kill them. Many years later, a boat called the Duke of Milan sits moored to a dock in French Polynesia. Brad, his brother Alex, Alex's girlfriend Julia, and Julia's brother Conrad board the boat captained by Fliss. Alex, a medical student, and Julia dive wrecks in different oceans looking for treasure to sell. They've heard about a World War II plane that went down and crashed into the sea. True to their suspicions, they find the wreck. They discover bullet holes in it, indicating that it was shot down. Back on the boat, while Alex and Julia are exploring, Brad is lying down on his bunk, suffering from a touch of seasickness, and Conrad is trying to work his magic on Fliss. While this is happening, the Duke of Milan is approached by a group of 3 local fishermen who crash into the Duke's recoil cable, damaging their fishing boat. Fliss demands them to be more careful as they have divers in the water. The fishermen demand they pay for the damage to their boat, but Conrad mocks them and throws a wad of cash into the water. This clearly enrages the fishermen. Back down in the depths, after avoiding a death by shark, Alex proposes to Julia and she accepts. They witness an explosion on the boat. Julia wants to rush up to the surface, but Alex tells her to wait. She may get the bends, also known as decompression sickness. They make it up to the surface, and it turns out that Conrad set fire to the barbecue by accident. Anyway, a few hours and beers later, the group are sitting on the deck, and Julia recounts what they found down on the wreck. Fliss chastises them for disturbing what is essentially a gravesite by tampering with it. They go to sleep, but later that evening the angry fishermen, Olsen, Danny and Junior, board the boat and take the group as hostages, apart from Brad, who is still sleeping inside his cabin. Now, what happens next is determinant, as there are many ways this entire story can play out. But in my playthrough, I got Conrad to escape via the fisherman's boat. After the escape, the fisherman's leader Olsen is then handed a map by another of the fishermen, Danny, which reveals the location of something called the Manchurian gold. He decides that they will go after the treasure, and they take the hostages with them. A fierce storm hits, and whilst heading to the coordinates, the boat crashes into an old freighter. They all board the more sturdy ship, and Junior takes the Duke's distributor cap so the hostages cannot escape without it. They lock the hostages in a room, but the hostages escape. They make it their goal to find the distributor cap so they can all escape. Fliss attempts to grab it after seeing an opportunity to do so, but is ultimately captured. The rest of the group aim to follow them to rescue Fliss and then get the distributor cap. Fliss is being escorted by Danny, who seems to get spooked by something and runs off shouting and firing his gun, leaving Fliss all alone. She comes across what appears to be an immaculately kept ballroom, steps outside, and when she returns, it appears back in its normal rusted state. She finds some wooden crates leaking some sort of fog with the words Manchurian gold written on them. Whilst this is happening, Brad wakes up from his slumber and finds his companions gone, so he boards the huge ship. He finds a gas mask which helps mitigate the effects of the mist somewhat, but as he explores, he falls off a ledge, and with their paths colliding, he finds Fliss. Alex and Julia encounter Olsen, who somehow looks identical to Alex. They escape from him and end up running into their group, who assemble in the weather tower to discuss what is happening and the things that they have all seen and experienced. Fliss mentions the crates that she found in the cargo hold and tells them it's a chemical weapon which causes hallucinations. They decide to head towards the radio room and see if they can call for help in order to get off the ship. They find a radio and make contact with someone on a military frequency. Alex is hesitant to respond, and the power gives out, so two of the group decide to go down to the generator room and turn it on. The members of the group who are tasked with turning on the generator witness Olsen killing Danny. They find a rebreather, and after a close escape, they run into Junior, who tries to stop them. He points.
Ok. All inform. Mai bine facem împreună. Am oferit iar Hunter, serios. Fac să... Hai, fă de timp pana mea de aici. David, ce para mea faci, mă? Vii cu killerul după mine, ești gay? What the fuck? Oh my god, dude. Ești patetic. Holy fucking shit. Și... Da, ok. Miserable fuck. Bine, dar de ce a dat drumul la paleta aia, că era super bună? Ok. Da, n-am pus să fac nimic. Mamă, dacă l-a luat cu... Era prea... Oh, da, e ok. What the fuck are you doing, David? Okay, pal. Oh shit, my juice. Show me the wiggle out. Ok. Para mea se întâmplă. Vede. What the fuck, man? You stupid or some shit? Unde-l duci? E terminat ăla, nu știu ce pana mea face. You kidding? You fucking kidding me, man? Nice. Ce naiba? Ce a făcut tu? Lăsăm să facă. Stupid David. Puteam să... Dar ce contează dacă îl salvam, că oricum era AFK. Dar mai făceam puncte. Ok. Bă, what the fuck? A zis GG. Deci nu e... Ăsta chiar a rămas așa AFK? Doamne, nu. Ce?
Points a gun at them, terrified about what he is seeing. They calm him down by using the rebreather on him, allowing him to breathe clean air again. After hearing a gunshot, Alex goes down after them with Fliss, and they're pursued by Olsen, who eventually freaks out and runs off. Fliss and him get separated, but Alex finds Olsen's body being feasted on by rats after he suffers a heart attack. Alex grabs the conveniently placed distributor cap, and again, what happens next affects the ending. But in my run, Alex drops the distributor cap, meaning they can't escape on the Duke of Milan. I did this purposely, and you'll see why at the end. In one final test, Alex sees a horrific creature in the elevator shaft, but after a struggle and a grotesque hallucination of a rat bursting out of his chest, it turns out that the creature is in fact Fliss. He comes to his senses after choosing not to stab Fliss or himself. The group meet outside on the deck of the ship and are rescued by Conrad, who returns with the Coast Guard, and they all escape. So with this being a Dark Pictures game, there are many things you can do differently in order to affect the narrative. Here are some examples. If Conrad chooses not to escape via the boat, he goes with the group onto the ship and encounters his own horrifying hallucinations in the form of a horrid old hag. If Conrad escapes via the boat and Alex manages to retrieve the distributor cap from Olsen's body, the group escape on the Duke, but Conrad turns up and boards the ship, succumbing to the effects of the mist. And finally, one more, if Conrad doesn't escape via the boat and the group fail to get the distributor cap, and give the military the name of the ship along with the coordinates, and at the end the military will turn up and shoot everyone. Alternatively, if they don't give the name but get rescued by the military, the group will be questioned and imprisoned. So they're just a few examples of the branching narrative. So there's a fair bit to discuss here, so grab a coffee or a drink while we unpack this story. So I guess you could say that the pirates or the fishermen are the game's antagonists. And I guess that since an antagonist doesn't have to be human, the chemical bioweapon which floats aimlessly around the ship could be classed as an inanimate antagonistic force. Anyway, its name Manchurian Gold is a misleading one, as if one finds mention of it without knowing what it is, just like Danny and Olsen did, then it possibly leads one to believe that it is in fact actual treasure. This is just in fact a reference to its appearance, which is much like that of actual real gold. In the game, we see that whilst the cargo was stowed correctly, lightning struck the ship, which caused an electrical storm. Electricity hit the crate carrying the chemical, causing a leak which mixed with water, which in turn caused a reaction and caused the gases to fill the cargo holds and then the ship. But where did this malicious chemical bioweapon come from then? We know from the game's prologue that the ship which was tasked to carry it picked it up in China during a stopover in Manchuria, and that was in fact where it was manufactured. In Manchuria, in China, hence the name Manchurian Gold. The idea behind the bioweapon was to deploy it in places like trenches and barracks, in the hope that due to the hallucinations and extreme paranoia it caused, that it would in turn prompt their enemies to turn on each other and kill one another or themselves. It was developed in a chemical weapons facility which was disguised as a water purification plant, but it wasn't designed by the US. But we will get to that later. The US military got wind of it and decided they wanted to develop it further and potentially use it against their enemies in future conflicts. You see, the US had just come off the back of a huge, costly and very messy conflict with Japan, who invaded Manchuria back in 1931. At first, the US weren't really involved, as this was primarily a battle between the Soviets and the Japanese, the latter of which suffered a large and damaging defeat. The US condemned the actions of Japan but chose not to impose any sanctions on them. The first embers of war, however, were stoked when Japan took aim at Indochina. They wanted to capture oil-rich areas, and as a result this forced the hand of the US, who imposed embargoes on oil, scrap metal and fuel being sent to Japan, and ordered them to withdraw from China. Now those of you who know history know what happens next. The Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor in 1941, pretty much taking out the US's entire Pacific fleet, drawing the US firmly into World War II. Now after the large Battle of Okinawa, which lasted around 3 months and claimed 100,000 lives, President Roosevelt died, being succeeded by...
That's all. D put him back on the count, though.
A word? I heard he was out the game.
What? He back now.
Where he been at?
At his granny house, he said.
It's grand enough. I heard he damn near shit his pants when he saw what happened to Omar's bitch.
He just ain't built for this, man. Heart pump Kool-Aid.
I ain't. What about you? You built for this shit?
No doubt.
You ready to put the work in? You got heat? All right, soldier.
President Harry Truman. His first job was to figure out how to end the war. The US responded by dropping atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, leveling both cities, and the war ended after Japan surrendered. Anyway, back to Manchuria. The Japanese...
Yo, shut the fuck up! Shut up! Come on, y'all. I gotta give me a name. Give me a name.
Yeah, I gotta give me a name. Give me a name.
Tom? Oh, y'all wanna name him Tom? Alright, man. Peace out, Tom.
Alright, man. Peace out, Tom.
Nigger. Love you, Tom.
Love you, Tom.
Alright, man. Peace out, man. Do you like minors?
Yes.
Yes, I got you! I got him! I got him!
withdrew and the Soviets left Manchuria in 1946, so I guess the US were all that were left. So in one of the game's endings, we see that if one of the group tells the military the name of the ship over the radio, then the military turn up and kill them all. It turns out that everything to do with this ship is top secret. Even soldiers on the ship were warned not to go into the hold, more specifically cargo hold 3A, only being allowed to stand outside but only when they had guard duty. Everything was very secretive. An internal memorandum indicates that the shipment of caskets in 3A contained the bodies of US Army soldiers who underwent
He need to get hard.
Well, if he out, then he out.
Oh, no, you not. You ain't gonna take my son away from me. Not for
Remember
these.
who the fuck you talking to right here. Remember who I am. My word is still my word. In here, in Baltimore, and in any place you could think of calling home, it'll be my word that finds you. Man, come down here to say my son could be anything he damn please.
Except a soldier.
Yeah, well, look at me up in here.
Alright. Am trezit nou, mâncați-și. fie același. Adică n-are cum să fie același. Right? Da, mă, nu. Adică n-are schimb, dar... Nice prediction, baby boy. If a baby girl. Este posibil să fie același Huntress. Chiar nu m-am uitat la nume și așa. Uităm după meci. Dar stilul ei de joc pare la fel. Ok, facem proxy camp. Get the fuck out of here. Trebuie să se sinucide aia. Puteam să o iau. Dar nu eram sigur, credeam că se întoarce și bine, adică chiar asta a și făcut, a dat tunnel, dar... Trebuie să fac un 180. Îi se dea un hatchet în mine sau în ea și... În fine, las. E cam mai iurea pentru că eu moară pe ăștia repede și generatoarele nu sunt făcute deloc. Adică eu de-abia am făcut unul. Și între timp m-a legat și cu aia și l-am și salvat pe Leon. Bă, măcar n-am mai murit Leon. Nu știu eu. Nu te sinuciderea, tatule. Ok, sinucide-te. Ah, nu chiar. Ah, ok. Ace in the hole. The fuck, s-a dat jos cu ăsta pe bune? cred că fac 3 generatoare singur. Aproape. Ce-a făcut lor în timpul ăsta, mă întrebare? Ok, are barbecue în chili. I-a dat-o fix pe lângă capul ăla. Yep. Shit. Am blocat. Vreau să folosesc o paletă, mă. Pare că da, double blind-ul ăla a fost bun, că m-a pierdut și l-a pierdut și pe el. No. E de bun, cred, da, că are altă poziție. Bă, ce handicapat ești, fetițo. Ok. Proastă rău de tot fata aia. Da și sinucis, că e praf. Campează în pana mea, ce să-i fac? A, piciorul. Uf. Ce ai făcut? Ce vede cu barbecue în chili, e prea departe. Și l-aude că plânge, că n-are aer în will. Bere, what the... Ce facem, ăla? Face bunul, e terminat. Doamne, măcați. Alright, pal. Te-am lăsat. Goodbye. Bă, nu cred că l-a auzit. Fiți ar căștile de râs. Mama, dacă muream aici și îmi dădea decisive, scăpam. Că... fuck. Acum ce? Nu fac nimic. Wow. Pățăm. Boring. Oricum people făcut. Cred. Chiar molester. Vom veni la rang 4. Oh. Foarte frumos. Două pipuri. Thank you very much.
Who the fuck would want to be that if they could be anything else, Delonda?
So, you cut me off too?
You still got me. We'll get by. But you gonna let go of that boy. Bet that.
What you mean Canard took the stage? And he's still walking around?
I'm gonna talk to him. Make sure this never happened again.
Look at me, boy. Canard got to feel some pain for what he did. He got to.
I don't...
You don't what, motherfucker? This how you pay me back for all the love I showed? Shit. I've been catching you in Nike since you were in diapers.
I'm trying.
You trying? That's what you gonna tell your father the next time you see him? That you crying? Or you gonna tell him what you done?
What he done got him locked up.
That's right. Weebay walked in Jessup a man, and he gonna walk out one. But you out here, wearing his name, acting a bitch. Oh, look at you, crying now. Fuck you think you going? Get your ass back here. I ain't done talking to you.
Look, Naaman's been, what's the word? He's been inconsistent. You know, sometimes he be doing good, then other times he just...
We talked about that. He gonna do better. Ain't you?
I don't know.
Oh, I do.
You gonna get this boy his own package, or there gonna be some drama. You want me to talk to Weebay? Maybe you want to talk to him. I give you his number. He got a cell phone.
All that's not even necessary. I got all the respect in the world for Babe.
Then show some for his family. Make me proud. Here.
Shit.
Damn, boy. Your mom's what niggas call a dragon lady.
Yeah, she don't blink.
Yeah, give me some insight, though.
To what?
Why you is what you is.
Pandemic! Pandemic!
What up, Nat?
Yo, what up?
What you got?
Nah, it's just a story about AJ from North Wolf. Yo, you know they gave him 700 years? Read this shit, son. This corner's dead, man.
Still working? Yeah, because we was going to go under the road and catch some fresh birds.
I don't know. Let me see if I can bounce. Hold on.
Hey, Randy. Saw a dead bird the other day.
Hey, B. What's up? I want to know if I could leave early because me and the fellas went to go down to Mardarman for some back-to-school stuff.
What you need back-to-school stuff for? Your ass stay suspended.
Come on, stop playing, B.
Hey, if it wasn't for social promotion, your ass would still be in pre-K, motherfucker. Probably daycare out this bitch.
Pandemic right here.
Fuck it. Hey, yo, man. Pay this late to work, early to play nigga out for 5 hours, yo. Yo, you owe me extra time tomorrow, though. Lex, did you hear me? Damn, y'all. Youngins don't got a scrap of work ethic nowadays, man. If it wasn't for his pops, I wouldn't even bother.
Yo! Make sure you come early tomorrow, because it ain't always gonna be this slow.
Pandemic!
At least I hope it ain't.
Yo, wait up, yo.
Right in this motherfucker. Back tight this shit, man.
What is up with y'all?
You might want to have a word with your boy here.
Ain't nothing stopping me. Talk.
You know what you mean.
Yo, little bitch was talking to the police, too.
I ain't been doing no snitching.
Fuck you ain't, man. You about to pound himself right now, man.
You ain't gonna stand by no rap motherfucker, is you?
Nah, I ain't standing with no rat.
Bine că mi-a dat două zile din meciul trecut, chiar dacă ne-am ocupat. A fost foarte bun meci.
We ain't even done with your snitching ass.
Guess them books are good for something.
Somebody call the nurse.
Yo, why they bank me? I ain't no snitch.
Randy, it's okay.
Yo. What up, boy? You want something? I got Reese's.
Nah, man. You trying to make some real cheese? $5?
What you need?
Me and Paul gonna get it on with Tiff.
And I don't want Mrs. D creeping up. You feel me?
I feel you, but I got some 6th graders waiting on a special order.
Let them wait, man. It ain't like we gonna be all day. All right.
Have a hall pass.
Yeah, good for you.
Don't play off. I know, right?
Hey, Pa, him on now.
Skanky hoe.
Yeah, but she good, though.
Yeah, you right about that. Hey, yo, Tip, baby, I got 50 Cent, too.
Fuck y'all.
Damn, all 3 at once, you know she could. You know, I know you could.
No, she crazy.
She says you were there.
I wasn't. Says it wasn't even rape. She wanted to.
How do you know you weren't there?
I saw her go in with him.
Go in with who? This is no time to play, young man. You are in very serious trouble. Who did you see her go in the boys' bathroom with?
Paula Monell.
Paula Monell. And what were you doing?
Lookout.
So you were involved.
But I didn't even see what happened.
You were standing guard.
No, listen, Monell gave me $5 and just told me stand by the door and holler if someone came. But this ain't even fair. I ain't even do nothing.
You stood lookout while 2 8th grade boys raped an 8th grade girl.
But she wanted to.
That's not what Tiffany says. There'll be an investigation. You'll be suspended. You could very well be expelled. Maybe even face criminal charges.
Oh, please don't.
Yeah, son. Oh. Nice. Tot facem asta. Bing bong. putut să-i dau porn. Băi, ești nebun, am putut să-i dau porn. Credeam că am făcut double back. Ok. A fost rapid și nu l-am văzut când s-a dus în stânga. Avea noi terminat asta. mind, man. Băi, să moară. Să-i pușeze pe aia afară, băga mai și piciorul să-mi bag. Fuck you. Măcar au scăpat. Chiar că bing bong, da.
stating that a soldier named Hawkins was in the child's casket, as according to this note, there wasn't really much left of him. It was pretty grim stuff. The caskets were ordered to be secured with chains and padlocks. We see a communication between two chief warrant officers, Walter Bishop and Tom Palmer, with Palmer being ordered to secure the caskets. On the back of this note, it reads, "It's your ass if this gets out." We also find some minutes in a safe which detail a meeting between Bishop and Palmer and a person known only as Scientist X. These notes detail that all present at this meeting agree that the Western world must be protected from the evils of modern man, and they mention they can mutually learn to protect their people from harm. The notes go on to state that the US have been aware of certain agencies, likely meaning other countries, investigating the use of chemical and biological agents in warfare, which concerns them greatly, but their actions in this are actually limited by the Geneva Protocol. The Geneva Protocol was a treaty prohibiting the use of chemical weapons in armed conflicts. It prohibits the use of poisonous gases such as Manchurian gold, and at the time the treaty didn't seem to cover production, storage or transfer, which I guess explains why the US military were able to transport it. Scientist X says that while they've been able to conduct certain experiments, they have been unable to deploy it outside of somewhere. This part isn't visible, but on the back it states that Scientist X describes an investigation to test the effects of Manchurian gold on human subjects to ensure something during battle. It's likely that these experiments were on the US soldiers in the caskets. It notes that the effects involved hallucinations, which of course we already know. It's a real shame that a lot of this document is ruined, as it does seem to be able to tell us everything we need to know about the testing phase and what exactly happened at that water purification plant. These experiments were likely so secret that not even some higher-ups in the US military were made aware. But finally, why was this meeting even taking place? And who was Scientist X? Also, in regards to Scientist X, why was their name redacted? This indicates that this scientist doesn't want their identity to be known. We find an NPA, which is a non-prosecution agreement, in the ship captain, Captain Ford's office, which is likely for Scientist X. It makes mention of this scientist being a foreign legal person, which I guess essentially means they're now under the law of a different country, indicating that they are not American. It's quite possible that they were Japanese, seeing that Japan invaded Manchuria in 1931, and I guess didn't properly leave until around 1945 when the war was over, so could have by all accounts been operating the facility. In return for diplomatic immunity, they agreed to reveal knowledge that they gained while they were employed at the water purification plant, and they would transport the bioweapon back to the States for further testing, and Scientist X would go with them, free from prosecution in exchange for cooperation and further research. So when playing the game, we do get a brief idea of what happened to the crew of the SS Orang Medan in the game in 1947, but we only see the aftermath. We don't know what happened whilst Joe was in the medical bay and whilst Charlie was locked up.
Sorry. Ok, skin-ul de luptar ăla din PES. Eu cred că e heal-ul ăla de care am mai dat noi. Da, acum ceva timp. Am mult făcut portarea skin-ul acela. Ok. Vrem să pe un fil de one shot? Cărăr. Trebuie că bine. What the fuck? De ce mi-a luat hit aici? Mi-a făcut frame drop, îți bagi joc de mine? Nu trebuie să mi-au hit aici. Bă, nu se poate. Bullshit, man, bullshit. Și tu mi-am făcut ăștia genul, mă, mâncați ești curul tău. Al meu e aproape gata. Dă-și mi heal, te rog. Nu vede cu barbecue în chile dacă are. Mamă, de unde l-a luat pe ăla? Ce prost, de unde l-a luat mă pe ăla? Până la mine nimeni. Ja, hoe is het dan? Se pare că v-a rămas eu cu Jeff. l-a găsit pe ăla sau care-i faza? Da. Așa cum mai are terorist. Stai pe acolo. Cum îl cheamă? Pyramid Head. Durează, frate. Ce ăla și cu Tinkerer, mâncați așa? E cum să aibă Tinkererul? Nu, vere. Oh, come on, dude. Ce ars, cometre. Dacă am auzit eu ceva că s-a deschis aici. Am auzit... Am auzit bine. De ce au ăștia punctaje atât de mic pe lângă mine? Doamne. Ok, să punem aici 20.
From various notes, comics, and personal accounts from the crew members, we can start to piece together what happened. On June 11th, after Joe and Charlie are locked up, Private Patterson and Private Bretts are tasked with guarding cargo hold 3A and are warned not to go inside the hold. Whilst on guard duty, Brett keels over, suffering from appendicitis, and is sent for treatment, leaving Patterson on his own. Patterson disobeys direct orders and enters the cargo hold anyway, finding the 4 caskets. Patterson seems to pass out. Brett's replacement, Miller, turns up and finds Patterson passed out. Patterson asks Miller not to tell anyone he found him inside the hold. 3 days later, Patterson is told rumours about weird stuff going on in 3A and how the sergeant thinks that Patterson may be involved in these rumours. An hour after this, Miller is speaking to Private Allen about finding Patterson passed out in 3A, and Patterson interrupts their conversation. Allen mentions that he wants to take a look in 3A as he used to work under Sergeant Jones a few years ago, and he has a suspicion that Jones's team is in there. Allen arranges to have guard duty with Patterson so they can look together, but just as they're about to go on guard duty, Patterson is pulled off his duty by Lieutenant Finley, a doctor. He orders him to take a few days off of guard duty. On June 21st, a note is left telling soldiers to stay out of 3A. The situation is getting a little bit more serious. O'Neill confronts Patterson for skipping guard duty, but Allen tells Patterson he saw 4 caskets covered with US flags, meaning that he is positive that it's got to be Jones in there. Later that night, the SS Orang Medan is struck by lightning, and due to having faulty cabling, causes an electrical current to strike the crates which hold the Manchurian gold, causing a chemical substance to be released. Private Wagner is one of the first to be affected by the Manchurian gold while he is guarding cargo hold 2. The mist triggers violent paranoia in him. A report states that he attacks another soldier, Private First Class Lewis Brand. A report states that the intervening officer, Sergeant Ferris, notes that while he's writing on the report, he has been called to more reports of violent behaviour elsewhere on board. Wagner goes insane due to the effects of the mist and jumps overboard, forcing the ship to drop anchor and call for assistance. In response, a B-29 bomber plane is dispatched from the nearby Conway Islands to assist in the search for Wagner. Meanwhile, Patterson goes down to 3A, which is being guarded by O'Neill. Patterson demands to be let through, and Patterson attacks O'Neill. Patterson breaks one of the casket's locks and sees the human experiment inside. He is hallucinating, so they end up saying something to him about leaving them behind, and Patterson is struck from behind. Private Cooper is on the radio trying to radio for help, but there's no response, concluding that they are on their own out there. Back in 3A, Patterson is hallucinating and kills whatever or whoever, likely O'Neill, is confronting him. He mentions that his unit is out there and it's all because of him. Back in the medical bay, after undergoing an operation for his appendicitis, Brett, under the influence of the gold, thinks that vines are coming out of his stomach. The doctor and Lieutenant Finley put him on the operating table, but the doctor suffers a heart attack in pure fear from something he has seen. Finley realizes what is happening as he sees the gas and puts on a gas mask to avoid it. Chief Warrant Officer Palmer and Captain of the ship William Ford discuss the immunity agreement for Scientist X, who carried out experiments on Jones's squad. They mention if the Manchurian gold doesn't make it back to the US, then some very powerful men in the US can make all knowledge of the SS Orang Medan disappear. Most of the crew have perished at this point through heart attacks, suicide, or violence. William Ford goes to investigate the sound of someone outside. It's Patterson, and in his madness he shoots Ford and then Palmer. The B-29 bomber plane arrives and deploys a lifeboat, but it is shot down by Patterson, who uses an anti-aircraft gun on the deck of the ship, and the plane sinks to the bottom of the ocean. Patterson is confronted by Lieutenant Finley, who attempts to hide in the cabinet on deck after Patterson pulls his gun on him. Patterson shoots Finley through the cabinet, killing him. Patterson then goes to kill the radio operator, who has a heart attack out of fear of what he sees. Patterson then turns the gun on himself, committing suicide. And there you have it, 70 odd years later, Olsen discovers the ship. It seems like Patterson is really personally affected and indeed invested in what happened and what is in cargo hold 3A. So why did he pass out in cargo hold 3A, and why did the hallucination accuse Patterson of, quote, leaving them behind? Upon finding Patterson's medical record, we see that Private Patterson was diagnosed by the doctor as suffering from something called COSR, which means Combat and Operational Stress Reaction, which involves hallucinations. It's also mentioned that Patterson was able to alleviate his symptoms after his shift had finished, but still tried his best to get out of guard duty when it came to guarding 3A. The doctor notes Patterson suffering from disturbing memories. Well, it turns out that Patterson was part of Jones's 1944 squad who got captured at the chemical weapons facility. Only he didn't get captured, he was the only survivor. He was found and picked up by some British soldiers in the jungle. Due to this gas being around 70 years old at the time the group entered the ship, its effects are still extremely potent, but due to its age, the effects wear off quickly when the victim is breathing clean air. This is seen when Fliss enters the cargo hold. As the cargo hold is the initial storage location for the Manchurian gold, her hallucinations are vivid, leading to her seeing the entire cargo hold as a ballroom. But the moment she steps outside and re-enters, she sees the cargo hold in its normal state again. The Manchurian gold tends to prey on things that are in the mind of the victim, or things they have seen previously. They tend to see other people as something completely different. Here are some examples. If you choose to keep Conrad with the group and he goes onto the ship, Conrad spots the poster of an attractive sailor girl who ends up being the focus of his hallucinations, transforming her into an old hag. At one point, this turns out to be either Fliss or Brad. Conrad realizes it's her or him after he is outside, breathing fresh air again. Julia sees multiple dead people and enemies with Alex's face, which is really Olsen. Alex sees the two-headed skeleton in casket 3A, and this manifests into a hallucination of a creature with two heads, which again turns out to be Fliss, Julia, or Conrad, depending on story direction. Joe the soldier at the beginning of the game looks at a picture of his son, and then sees his son as a hallucination, which is actually his friend Charlie. And then Fliss, when leaving the cargo hold and ballroom, will see what appears to her at least to be a Grim Reaper. She sees this due to staring at a poster on the ship of the Grim Reaper, but this is in fact Brad, who has just fallen down off a ledge. So the SS Orang Medan. This ship was apparently a real-life ship which, according to urban legend at least, went missing in the 1940s. Many theories abound as to what caused the fate of the ship and its crew, the most popular of them being that the ship was in fact transporting chemical substances such as potassium cyanide or nitroglycerin and even nerve agents. Allegedly, water entered the cargo hold which caused a reaction with whatever it was transporting, and toxic and hazardous gases were released, killing the crew. Some reports even state that the ship exploded and sank. But anyway, that's what inspired the story for Man of Medan, which incidentally is what SS Orang Medan means. SS, which means sailing ship, Orang, which is Malay for man, and Medan, which is the capital city of Sumatra. The ship allegedly became shipwrecked in the Dutch East Indies, which is now called Indonesia. Legend has it that there was a lone survivor, a German man who was found on the nearby Marshall Islands, mentioned the ship was transporting sulfuric acid, which mixed with water, killing the majority of the crew. The man also mentions that the ship was deliberately trying to elude the authorities while transporting its cargo. Mysterious stuff. This matches exactly what Alex finds in the radio room. He finds a nautical map with a route which details a planned route and an actual route, prompting them to suspect that they were trying to stay hidden. But anyway, that pretty much wraps up this video. I hope this one did a good job of explaining what happened and deciphered some of the mystery surrounding what happened back in 1947. A House of Ashes story explained video along with a full playthrough will be coming soon. Hello, and welcome to another...
Okay. State-wise. Uno. What the fuck are you doing, man? Te-ai trezit? Pișarea la mana, ești nebun? Hai că am protection. Gata, te-a lăsat în pace, let's go. Sau nu? Fuck! Fuck, man. după 2 flashlight save-uri și poți să iau de pe hook și cu un heal. Cred că deja ne-am făcut și emblema. În care popul nu i s-a dus. Și nu-l ia, mă, în pana mea. Bă, ce prost e Claudette. Report. Serios? Îi dai kill-ul ăla, Claudette? Că se ducă cineva. Bă, măcațe, și ăștia sunt... Ce ne mă, de fiecare dată trebuie să salvez, să fac genul, să mă alerg, să drag, să fac, să astea, pe bune? Și de data asta chiar n-am făcut genul, știi, e drept. Dead zone. Să mă cac în tine, băi. Calorofobia ta. Fucking maggot. Goodbye. Oh, nice. 2, 1. Asta îmi și doream. nu știu ce a făcut Sherry la asta, că nu prea am văzut-o. Bine, adică la început și așa, dar acum la final n-am înțeles ce a făcut. Cred că s-a ocupat de girări. Da, și asta moare, GG. Shield ok.
Another story explained video. In this one, we'll be exploring the story behind Asobo's visually beautiful but slightly disturbing A Plague Tale: Innocence. An amazing mix of stealth and strategy, this game had moments of frustration, but overall, it was a great experience. But that's enough of an intro, let's jump in. 1348, Aquitaine, France. The young noblewoman Amicia de Rune is out for a walk with her father Robert de Rune and their dog Leon. After some devastatingly accurate target practice with her sling, Leon runs off, and things quickly take a dark turn, as Amicia finds Leon mortally wounded, and then the poor dog inexplicably gets pulled into the ground. Visibly shaken, Amicia and her father go back home, and Amicia goes to see her mother, who is dismissive of Amicia's upset at the shocking demise of her dog. Amicia's little brother Hugo is sick, and from early signs, at least, it seems that Amicia doesn't see much of her brother due to an illness, meaning that he's being locked away. As a result, Amicia seems to have a strained relationship with her mother due to the fact that she's always tending to Hugo. At that moment, English Inquisition troops led by the knight Lord Nicholas turn up and kill Amicia's father and commencing killing all the de Rune staff. They're all asking to know where Hugo is. Amicia escapes with her brother and her mother. They manage to sneak to the back gate but are interrupted by Lord Nicholas just as Amicia's mother informs them they need to find a doctor called Laurentius who's been helping deal with Hugo's illness. Amicia's mother and a member of their staff sacrifice themselves in order to help the children escape. After being chased by troops while the ground bizarrely erupts around them, they jump into a river and escape. Amicia and Hugo come across a village which has been ravaged by something called the Bite. The villagers are defensive and hostile, and Amicia and Hugo have to escape. And at the church, they see firsthand what these rats can do. After avoiding the Inquisition troops, they manage to reach Laurentius' farm, but Laurentius has been bitten and is gravely ill. With his young assistant Lucas by his side, Laurentius informs Amicia that they were working on a cure for Hugo's illness, and that Amicia needs to continue her mother's work. At this moment, the farm is overtaken by the rats, and Amicia, Hugo and Lucas reach a nearby dock and manage to use a boat to escape. On this boat ride, Lucas informs Amicia that Hugo has an evil, supernatural disease in his blood called the Prima Macula, and that the leader of the Inquisition, Vitalis Benavon, wants Hugo for his blood. Their destination is the Chateau d'Ombrage, a ruin which used to belong to the de Rune family. After a long journey avoiding the rats and the Inquisition and encountering a pair of thieves, a brother and sister named Melly and Arthur, they almost reach their destination as a group until Arthur is captured. The remaining group press onto the chateau, and with the idea of making it their base, Lucas informs Amicia that he needs a forbidden and well-hidden book called the Sanguinis Itinera in order to complete whatever it is that is needed to help Hugo. Amicia and Melly go through the city to find a book in a university and rescue Arthur, with the pair parting ways to complete their respective tasks. With the city full of death, Amicia makes her way through and reaches the university, and with the help of a young blacksmith named Roderick, taken prisoner by the Inquisition, Amicia finds the book and the pair escape back to the chateau. Melly returns with Arthur, who reveals that he was imprisoned, and there is a lady there matching the description of Amicia and Hugo's mother, meaning that she is actually still alive. Hugo, now feeling better because of the elixir created by Lucas, overhears their conversation and runs off to save their mother by joining the Inquisition. After they've taken some of his blood, he escapes and navigates to the dungeons below to save his mother, who reveals to him that due to his condition, he is now able to control the rats. After running into Vitalis and his goons, Hugo is forced to use his power to defend his mother, but ultimately the pair are captured again and Hugo is brainwashed by Vitalis into using his powers for evil instead. This is showcased by the chateau being overwhelmed by rats, with Hugo seemingly under the influence of Lord Nicholas, who kills Arthur. Amicia manages to convince Hugo to snap out of it, and they fight Lord Nicholas, attacking him with the rats, killing him. With the chateau no longer safe and with no home left, they decide to put an end to all this and go after Vitalis himself in order to loosen his grip and to save their mother. Roderick sacrifices himself to help them achieve their goal, and Amicia and Hugo do battle with Vitalis, who has seemingly amassed his own army of rats too. After defeating Vitalis, it seems the rats and the plague disappeared over the next few days. Melly has left the group, but Lucas, Hugo, Amicia and their now sick mother leave, presumably to find a home. So that's the plot, but I guess we should start unpacking the story by looking at the reason all this is happening and discuss what is known in the game as the Bite. Anyone who studied history in school will remember the Black Plague. a moment in time which took place, in Europe at least, from 1347 to 1351. Also called the Black Death, the cause of the disease is that rats on slave ships carried fleas, which spread through the Mediterranean and managed to reach Europe through Constantinople and Sicily. Although it's considered that the fleas spread the disease after drinking the blood of the rats, rats were still a key part of all this. This game makes an obvious nod to the Black Plague in the way that it uses rats to spread the disease by fatally biting people. The macula, or the prima macula, is a supernatural disease which has affected the de Rune family for centuries. It chose to awaken itself in the blood of young Hugo, but no one knows why or how it chooses its subject. The furthest it can be traced back is the Justinian's plague in 541 AD, around 800 years before the story in the game plays out. The knowledge of this curse was documented in the book Sanguinis Itinera and was locked away and considered forbidden, until Amicia took it from the secret crypt in the university. This book also gave information on how to contain the disease. This is why every civilian or villager is perplexed by the new plague called the Bite and the rats, as they have little to no knowledge of what happened all those years earlier because the information had been locked away and forgotten about. As referred to throughout the game, the Prima Macula has a number of stages that it goes through, evolving inside its host. The first stage is dormancy, where there are no symptoms. The second stage is the Great Break, where the curse awakens in the blood. The third is the original state, where the host experiences headaches and a tinnitus-like ringing sound whenever rats are nearby. The fourth is called the pre-threshold, where the headaches increase in frequency and severity, and then black veins start to appear. The fifth is the first threshold, where the host suffers extreme pain, rendering them unable to walk by themselves. And the sixth and final stage is called the post-threshold, where the host is no longer experiencing pain, but the veins on them grow more prominent. The host has now got the ability to control large hordes of rats.
Huntress, killerul pe care nu mi-l doream. Ce și-a dat, mă, disconnect? Bă, ce terminați, mâncați-și. What the fuck? One shot? Serios? Okay, that's unexpected. Iridescent, super. Da, cred că și-a disconectat atunci ăla. Înțeleg. Are în pana mea, make your choice. să facem gen. The reload, bitch. Are viteză de killer normal. Bă, fiți-ar... Bă, ce are mă tastatura asta? Iar mi-a sacat dadăul, sau ce naiba. Deci noi au fost puși pe foc, mâncați și... Yeah, very nice. Așa trebuie să apăs. Ca să meargă ce voi tești. Typical. Ce are? Că mor. Și o să dea ce când continuu la asta. Al 3-0. Ce mă nervează, cant. Fucking shit. Can't give me a break. Noed! Doamnelor și domnilor, ești o proastă. Ești incredibil de proastă. Sper să-ți dea Noedul ăla în cură. Yes, sir. Hucuri peste hucuri, stânga, dreapta, fața, spate. Dă-te în pana mea de aici. Fuck you. Mai după curul meu a stat un meciu. După astea nici nu... Du-te, bă, de aici. The fuck. Volcant. Puteți să-mi dai și mie pipul?
So the Inquisition are the antagonists of this story, and they are tied to the Catholic Church. Their goal is to get rid of heresy and advance the goals of the Church. Led by Vitalis Bonavent, known as the Grand Inquisitor, their goal was to find a way to control the macula. The Church essentially granted them an army so they could end the disease. They were watching the de Rune family for years. Upon the outbreak of the rats and the plague, the Inquisition decided to act and tried to capture Hugo, leading to the attack on the de Rune estate upon the orders of Vitalis. And this leads us on to the crazy old man himself. Vitalis Bonavent was bitten by a rat and thus was afflicted by the bite. Vitalis was likely appointed to the position of Grand Inquisitor by the Pope. As Vitalis contracted the bite, his alchemists used a resource called the episanguis, a mineral of golden appearance which, when made into an elixir, slowed the effects of the virus, prolonging the inevitable basically. Vitalis needed young Hugo's blood so he could inject the blood into himself and therefore gain power over the rats by it entering his bloodstream. However, he didn't plan to use this for good, as he wanted to create a new world order by using the rats as a weapon. Vitalis is very smart, and due to his extensive research on the macula and his knowledge of the different thresholds, knew that if he threatened the life of Hugo's mother, he would unleash his abilities and go through the threshold by using the rats to defend his mother. He was also sacrificing members of the church and feeding them to his own army of rats that differed in appearance to the black rats, as their fur fell off, making them appear pale white, and they were not afraid of light as opposed to the black rats. He and his Inquisition brainwashed Hugo, and Vitalis taught Hugo how to abuse his powers in using the rats, as seen when Hugo uses the rats to attack the Chateau de Brage. This showed Vitalis' ruthless edge, due to him sending Lord Nicholas with Hugo, so Hugo would kill Amicia, and then Lord Nicholas would kill Hugo, leaving Vitalis as the sole host of the macula and ending the Revine bloodline. Well, those of you with your ear to the ground will be aware that a sequel to A Plague Tale: Innocence has been announced for release at some point in 2022. Judging by the trailer and the shots of both Amicia and Hugo, it seems that time has progressed by around 2 to 3 years, the rats are back in force, and the Inquisition are still looking for Hugo. At the end of the game, we see that Amicia and Hugo were essentially still on the run with their mother and Lucas, presumably to find a new home, as the Inquisition are still actively looking for Hugo, as their goal has not changed even with the death of Vitalis Bonavent. It appears from this shot that Hugo is standing on the coastline of what could be Sicily in Italy, as it looks very similar in appearance. Also, this woman here appears to have a henna tattoo, which made its way to Sicily in the 14th century, in the period where the game takes place. But that's just my theory anyway. Either way, I can't wait to play Requiem to find out what happens next in Amicia and Hugo's story, but that's it for this one. If you did enjoy this video, please be sure to leave a thumb. Hello, and welcome to another deep dive in the Law & Order video series. This time out, we'll be looking at the story behind Ben Studio's open world epic, Days Gone. With a huge storyline and an awesome soundtrack, this game is a tale of hope and friendship. Oh, and zombies, apart from the fact they aren't really zombies, but I'll explain that a bit later. The year's 2017, and all hell seems to have broken loose. Not just in the town of Farewell, Oregon, but the entire world. A woman, Sarah, lies on the ground having been stabbed in the stomach and 2 bikers are helping her. These men, part of the Mongols motorcycle club in Farewell, are Deacon, Sarah's husband, and Boozer, Deacon's best friend. They make their way to a rooftop, and after some resistance from a man called O'Brien, Deacon puts Sarah on a National Emergency Response Organisation, or NERO for short, chopper, which is headed to a refugee camp. And Deacon tells his wife that he will meet her there, as there isn't enough room for all 3 of them on the chopper. Time fast forward to around 2 years later. Deacon and Boozer are living in the wilderness in Oregon, working as bounty hunters for various encampments. They plan to ride north due to the fact that they have a target on their heads. However, this plan hits a snag when Boozer is injured by a group of crazy cultists called Rippers, and Deacon's bike is destroyed. But it's not just the Rippers and the people hunting them who present danger to them. There is another threat. Mutants, better known by everyone as Freakers. Sarah, Deacon's wife, is presumed dead due to the fact that the camp she was taken to was overrun by Freakers. Deacon is doing jobs for people in the encampments when he spots a Nero chopper. He follows the Nero researchers and eavesdrops on their conversations, in which one of the researchers mentions the name O'Brien. Deacon tracks O'Brien down, who tells Deacon that the helicopter she was on got diverted mid-flight due to the reports of the camp being overrun. This gives Deacon the slightest piece of hope that his wife is in fact alive. Remember how Boozer's arm got messed up by Rippers? Well, that's getting worse, so Deacon rides with Boozer to an encampment called Lost Lake to steal some antibiotics in order to try and save Boozer. Deacon is caught, but the camp takes pity on Boozer and admits him to their infirmary. They will provide care for Boozer, and he can stay there as long as Deacon pulls his weight and rides out on jobs for the camp. This is all in vain though, as Boozer's arm still continues to get worse, so it has to be amputated. Deacon, having taken O'Brien's radio, receives a call from him. Due to the fact that Nero researchers don't share what they are investigating with the other researchers, O'Brien wants Deacon to spy on them in exchange for his help in tracking down Sarah. Deacon agrees, and O'Brien tells him that Sarah survived the stab wound, but was taken to another camp which was also overrun, meaning that Sarah is still presumed dead. Anyway, remember those crazy Rippers? Well, Lost Lake Encampment, or rather its leader, Iron Mike, struck a peace treaty with the cult, which was basically a ceasefire between the 2 parties. Iron Mike's second in command and head of camp security, Schizo, is skeptical about the Rippers honouring this treaty, believing it to be only a matter of time before they break the treaty and attack the camp. This is also a view shared by Deacon. Even though he and Schizo don't get on, they see eye to eye on this matter. However, that's as far as it goes, as Schizo wants to unseat Iron Mike, whereas Deacon respects Mike and warns Iron Mike of Schizo's intentions. Schizo and Deacon ride out in secret into Ripper territory, which is out of bounds due to the treaty, to find detonation cords for some dynamite, which they plan to use to seal the caves. This is because the Horde pass in and out of the caves, and they plan to trap them in there in an effort to make the mountains safer. However, Schizo, being the deceptive turnip that he is, has made his own deal with the Rippers. Given that Deacon has a price on his head and is wanted by the Rippers, Schizo hands Deacon over to them in exchange for a guarantee of safety for Lost Lake Encampment. Deacon is tied up, but Deacon recognises their leader, Carlos, as Carlos used to ride with them in the MC back in the day, then known as Jesse, but was kicked out of the club. Deacon is subjected to the same punishment that was inflicted upon Boozer. Deacon manages to escape and makes it back to Lost Lake and tells Iron Mike what Schizo did, and as a result, Schizo is exiled from Lost Lake. Deacon and Boozer hatch a plan to flood the Ripper camp by blowing up the reservoir and drowning them all, and Deacon kills Carlos, or Jesse. Later on, Deacon recalls that due to Sarah's work at the Government Research Centre, she had some sort of government security clearance, so therefore would have been evacuated first as a priority. Deacon recalls that when she got onto the chopper, she had her government pass around her neck. O'Brien informs Deacon that after some digging, she was evacuated to a military outpost at Crater Lake, but that the outpost was captured by a local militia called the Deschutes County Militia, led by Colonel Garrett. So Deacon rides out government security clearance, so therefore would have been evacuated first as
Oh, ok, și avem capcanele direct pe capao. Wow. Deci sunt alea să ne dăm jos. Nu dau complet la generator pentru că ne pornesc capcanele astea și nu știu de ce nu vezi alea cutiile. What the fuck? Wow! Port... No, nu are port. Good. Okay, Bloodlust. Square. Da, merită report că să-l ucis. Report, ban, tot. Ceva terminat asta, frate, și eu. De-abia acum văd astea pe hartă. Ce pe numărătoarea. Ce zic, să urc să mă dau jos. Ah, ok. Mișto bug-ul ăsta. Aia la altcineva și a rămas acolo băguită, cred. Doamne, da chiar. Să vină ăla era aici. Ce ați terminat genul. Habar n-am ce e asta. Dar îl spargem. What the fuck are they doing here? Fucking dead zone. Well, shit. Hai mă, vere, serios. Dă-mă o dată pipul ăla. Oh.
As a priority, Deacon recalls that when she got onto the chopper, she had her government pass around her neck. O'Brien informs Deacon that after some digging, she was evacuated to a military outpost at Crater Lake, but that the outpost was captured by a local militia called the Deschutes County Militia, led by Colonel Garrett. So Deacon rides out and joins up with the militia to infiltrate and see what happened to Sarah and if she's in fact still there. Well, he finds her, and she's working for the militia. She is helping them build a bioweapon which will destroy large amounts of freakers at one time. He tells her they are leaving together, but Sarah insists that she stays to complete what she has started, as she feels like she can help. Deacon reluctantly agrees to work for her in requisitions, which basically means that if anyone in the camp needs something from the outside, in the wilderness, he goes out and gets it for them. After a few runs, Deacon eventually realizes that Sarah is not trying to destroy the freakers, but she's actually trying to cure them. Deacon suggests that they would probably have more success trying to find a camp at Sarah's old lab at Cloverdale, and just as Deacon is carrying out his plan to escape the camp with Sarah, guess who turns up? Schizo, and he lies about Deacon to Colonel Garrett, who, being the paranoid chump that he is, imprisons Deacon. Deacon takes the fall for Sarah and explains that he just wanted her as a hostage. This way, he absolves her of any wrongdoing and she's put under protective lockdown. Deacon is freed by the Colonel's right-hand man, Captain Corey, who is touched at the lengths that Deacon has gone to in order to find his wife. Corey also mentions that the Colonel has gone mad and that he wants no part of whatever it is the Colonel is doing. Corey leaves with a band of soldiers faithful to him. Deacon rides back to the Lost Lake encampment to warn the camp about an imminent attack by the militia, but arrives to find the camp already attacked by the militia and that Schizo has shot Iron Mike, who eventually succumbs to his injuries and dies. Lost Lake decides to strike back before the militia can come back for a second go. They ram a truck that has been repurposed into a giant bomb into the front gate, destroying the armory. Deacon kills Schizo and Colonel Garrett is killed by Sarah, and the threat of the militia has now ended. O'Brien contacts Deacon out of the blue, asking to meet him. He takes off his mask and reveals that he himself is infected with a mutant strain of the virus, which has turned him into a freaker, but one with high intelligence instead. He tells Deacon that Nero is coming and there's nothing anyone can do to stop them. Anyway, that's the main outline of the plot, but we do have many topics to discuss, so let's jump in and discover how this all started in the first place. So, how did the freakers come to be? One major point of interest in the story is the Cloverdale lab. Through flashbacks, we learn that Cloverdale has many different sections of research. At one point, Deacon teases Sarah by asking if they make WMDs or bioweapons. At first she says no, but she ends up correcting herself and says, well, at least not me. So this implies that she may have her suspicions about what Cloverdale does. Either way, she seems committed to her research. She mentions that her contract stipulates that none of her research can be used for military purposes. In another flashback, Deacon is riding as a passenger on his bike with Sarah, and she almost hits an 18-wheeler because she is distracted by something at work. The reason she was distracted was because her work reduced her security clearance level. She mentions on a late-night walk with Deacon that the executives are flying in from New York to audit their progress at the lab, but they're also installing a new facility in Sarah's research area without even showing her the specs for it. Anyway, years later, after they've reunited in the militia, Deacon and Sarah ride out on a trip to the bioengineering company Cloverdale's lab to find a DNA sequencing machine. Sarah enters her old research area, which can only be accessed by top-level security staff, and what comes next gives us the foundation for literally everything that happened.
It's all true. I didn't want to believe it.
She mentions that they grew wild ginger and grapefruit in the lab. It took away her clearance and sealed off everything behind a heavily secured door. She mentions a man named David Gorman, a research intern at Cloverdale. She mentions that he had his suspicions about what was going on behind those doors at Cloverdale and tried to warn Sarah, but that she didn't believe him and thought he was just being paranoid. Due to Sarah not taking him seriously, he got behind the security firewall and entered the lab. He went to Sarah again and mentions that he discovered that they were working on a top secret classified project. Sarah goes on to mention that Gorman wanted to be the next Edward Snowden. If you're unaware who Edward Snowden is, he's a journalist who leaked highly classified information from the NSA in 2013 whilst he was working for the CIA. It's too deep to discuss in this video, so you can just look him up. Anyway, in addition to them installing the new lab setup, they used Sarah's research to create a virus. Gorman gained access to the lab and took a sample of the virus and unknowingly became infected with the virus. Sarah mentions that the night she was stabbed, she went to the Cloverdale offices in Farewell to look for Gorman, but he'd been gone 2 weeks. Due to Gorman's insistence to blow the lid off what was being done at Cloverdale, he went to meet with a reporter at a Green Expo in Portland, but as he was a carrier of the virus, he spread it around the expo. As a result, the majority of the conference caught the virus and flew home across the world back to their families, and that's how the outbreak got started. As a result, civilization has completely collapsed. Back in Oregon, there were freight trains bringing people to the wilderness, but the camps were all full. Eventually, many soldiers were evacuated in secret as the satellite footage showed hordes of infected heading toward them. Many people from the city ended up fleeing to the wilderness to escape the freakers. They settled in the wilderness in order to survive and established encampments or safe zones. In this flashback on the way to the lab, Deacon and Sarah see a police car speeding towards the lab. It's probable that we're looking for David Gorman, as they likely found out there was a breach in the lab and someone had taken a sample of the virus. If you listen closely, someone in the background can be heard saying, "Who was on watch? Go out there and search."
Let him know I'll be right there.
Okay. So let's dig a bit deeper into our protagonist. Deacon Lee St. John, or Deke as he's more commonly called, is a former soldier in the US Army's 10th Mountain Division. So how did he end up in the Mongrels MC? Well, let's do a quick character study. Deke was born in the early 80s, but we don't know his exact age. He's likely around 40 years of age. His mother died when he was young and his dad died way before
Fuck out the virus. Să arzi de tot cu metre. Da, da. Nu știu ce pana mea am făcut aici. N-am apăsat space-ul ca lumea. Ok, vreau să ne alergăm. fuck you want, man? Punk. Doamne, nu. Oh, Doamne. Oh, Doamne. Sorry for what? Sorry, mă, măcaci.
The outbreak started. We see from the flashbacks and certain interactions that Deke was pretty sarcastic, but only did this playfully with people that he trusted, respected, and held dear. He dropped out of school and enlisted in the US Army and served a full tour of Afghanistan. However, while serving there, his squad were ambushed by the Taliban and their Humvee fell off a cliff into the river. Deke survived and managed to pull 8 of his mates into shore. He suffered trauma from this event, so he left the military. This also explains why Deacon can't swim in the game, as he has PTSD from the incident in Afghanistan. He bought a bike and travelled from place to place, ended up working as a mechanic in an auto shop owned by a guy named Jack, who was also the president of a local motorcycle club called the Mongrels. After working there for a bit, Jack patched Deacon into the MC as an enforcer. Essentially, an enforcer is there to ensure that all rules and laws within the MC are followed. He is also the protector of the MC and is tasked to keep members in line. Deke and Boozer referred to themselves as brothers, with the other sharing in their grief. Boozer was there for Deacon when Sarah was presumed dead, and I guess kept Deacon going throughout the years. But Boozer had his own grief in the past. His wife Joni was killed after the bike they were riding was involved in an accident and Joni died at the scene. Boozer was obviously devastated and suicidal, and Deacon found Boozer halfway through an entire crate of whiskey. Deacon grabbed a bottle, chugged the whole thing, and said if Boozer was going to drink himself to death, he'd be right there with him because that's what brothers do. This is repeated when Deacon goes to save Boozer from getting himself killed by a horde. Deacon says they'll die there together. This shows us how seriously Deacon regards his friends and brothers. Shortly after Deacon was patched into the MC, he was driving down a stretch of road and came across a stranded woman called Sarah Whitaker. Sarah Irene Whitaker was born to middle-class parents in 1985 and is originally from Seattle. She also had a little sister named Emma. It's not made clear if Sarah's family are alive and survived the outbreak or not. Prior to the outbreak, she was a research scientist working for Cloverdale, a federal research facility in Iron Butte, Oregon. She had a PhD in botany, the study of plants, and we see through flashbacks that she taught Deacon about the practical uses of plants in the wild, how to apply them, such as using lavender to apply an ointment to Boozer's arm. Anyway, after meeting Deacon, Sarah and him started dating and fell in love, and eventually got engaged. Sarah's parents didn't approve of Deacon due to his outlaw lifestyle and his involvement in the MC. In an attempt to win them over, but stay true to his brothers, he became what is known as a nomad. This basically means that you are in the club, but less heavily involved. This estranged him from a few of his friends in the MC, but Boozer remained best friends with Deacon. Sarah appreciated this gesture by Deacon, but also stated that she didn't really care if her parents came to the wedding or not anyway. She reveals at the wedding at the church in Marion Forks that she doesn't care as she'd give up anything for him. It turns out that the only person who turned up for the wedding was Boozer. Sarah had a close relationship with Boozer, referring to him as her big brother, and the only member of Sarah's family who accepted Deacon was Sarah's little sister Emma. This has a bearing on the story when it comes to a girl called Lisa, a girl who requires saving many times. Lisa reminds Deacon of Emma, so he cares about Lisa due to his closeness to Emma. This explains why Deacon is so protective of her and the lengths that he's willing to go in order to protect her. Sarah holds herself partially responsible for the outbreak happening, as she chose not to believe David Gorman's concerns about the work being carried out in secret. So what exactly happened on the night of the outbreak? We know she went looking for David Gorman at the Cloverdale offices. We know that she was stabbed by a kid who was turning into a newt, we'll get to that later, and we know that O'Brien took Sarah for treatment for the stab wound, but she moved around a bit, making it harder for Deacon to piece together what happened to his wife. So after she got onto the chopper, it headed for a refugee camp just outside Three Finger Jack. They got a report that the camp had been overrun by freakers, so they diverted to a different camp, Silver Lake. Sarah arrives there and goes into surgery, making a full recovery, but Sarah is informed that the camp at Three Finger Jack was overrun, leading to her presuming that Deacon is dead. She was moved to yet another camp near Tumult, but this camp was overrun eventually too. She was again moved as a priority due to having federal clearance and settled somewhere else. While she was there, the camp was seized by a local militia called the Deschutes County Militia. She joined the militia and felt that she could help with their research department. She was cold and standoffish to the other militia members, especially men who would try and hit on her, and was dubbed the Wizard Island Witch. Due to her feeling partly responsible for the outbreak under the guise of creating a bioweapon for the militia to take out all of the freaks, she's actually trying to create a cure for them and reverse engineer the virus. Led by Colonel Matthew Garrett, the Deschutes County Militia modelled themselves on the US military. They consisted of a few former soldiers, but the rest of the militia were made up of civilian recruits. They had two bases, the Diamond Lake Outpost, where new recruits were trained up, and the Wizard Island Camp, which was the main base of operations. The second in command was Captain Corey, a former member of the US Air Force who just happened to be on vacation in Oregon when the outbreak hit. They cut down all of the trees so they could build their defences, and burnt the stumps so the trees couldn't grow back, as this gave them clear line of sight to see hordes or freakers coming towards the base. They destroyed most buildings in the vicinity of their bases, so the freakers wouldn't build their nests there. Deacon was forced to cover up any and all knowledge of his MC past when joining the militia. You see, the militia accepted anyone into their ranks providing they had no criminal record. If a recruit had a criminal record, they were considered unfit to serve and were sent to the work camp. This is seen through Crystal, the prisoner still wearing her orange jumpsuit with her prison tattoos. The colonel recognises this and sends her straight to the work camp. As an outlaw biker, Deacon would have been sent to the work camp, so he's lucky the colonel recognised his 10th mountain tattoo on his hand, giving him a head start as the colonel promoted him straight to corporal. The militia hates Nero, and the entire US government for that matter. Nero decided that due to the hostility, Crater Lake was a no-fly zone due to the RPGs and their air defences set up. You'll be wondering how they got all this firepower. Well, the militia managed to steal all these weapons from the US National Guard. They have a huge arsenal of weaponry. Nero recordings found around the various Nero checkpoints indicate that the militia attacked the checkpoints, camps and research areas. Some Nero staff chose to kill themselves rather than join up with the militia. This is how Sarah ended up working for the militia as her camp was overrun. But who is Colonel Garrett? Well, apart from being a complete nutjob, He had this vision of completely eliminating the Freakers, which he saw as evil, preserving everything of the world in terms of information and data, storing it inside Wizard Island, a concept which he called the Ark. He tasked Sarah Whitaker and another researcher, James Weaver, to essentially compete against one another in a race to create a weapon to take out large numbers of Freakers at once. This was their primary goal, until the camp doctor was killed by a militia member, a drug addict named Wade Taylor. This led the ever-paranoid colonel to protect the militia members who were irreplaceable, such as engineers and scientists inside the Ark, and this included Sarah. Due to
Mă băgăm ofițul pe harta asta. Hai că e deja amuzantă, nu crezi? Blocul ăsta. Pârstul ăla mare nu știu la folosit, nu? Oh. Dai din nou ăla. Îl doresc dacă nu mai sunt. Bă, ești nebun, nu cred că are overcharge. Para să nu-și ia grapple. What? Ah, come on. Bine. Ok, finally, dog. Și cu challenge-ul bun. Bun. O să revin.